Hello, my name is Stephen Keppel, President of PVBLIC Foundation, and welcome to the 2021 SDG Media Summit, A Climate for Change. Today, the summit is bringing the media impact community back together after a difficult time, with the goal of engaging on the most pressing sustainability issues, activating around solutions, and celebrating projects and partnerships that are having an impact. We will have speakers joining us from around the world during this virtual event, sharing their experiences, their commitment, and their inspiration. You can follow the conversation on social media at #SDG Media Summit. Now, it is my pleasure to introduce Anne-Marie Hu, Executive Director at UN Office for Partnerships. Anne-Marie, welcome.
It is a privilege on behalf of the United Nations to welcome all of you to the 2021 SDG Media Summit. I'm thrilled to address such a distinguished group of executives from leading advertising, media, and marketing companies. Let me extend a special thank you and appreciation for the collaboration and leadership of the PVBLIC Foundation in convening this important annual event. It's a wonderful opportunity to engage and leverage the power of media and advertising to drive social change toward achieving the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. This year's summit is being held at a pivotal moment in time. COVID-19 upended lives and livelihoods everywhere. It halted and even reversed progress made toward the SDGs. Necessity is the mother of invention, and with your help, we have gotten super creative from the very beginning. Before masks and vaccines were available, the open brief brought thousands of creatives together to help the UN get life-saving messages out about hand-washing, social distancing, and solidarity. The United Nations has been on the front lines of responding to the devastating social economic impacts of COVID-19. Real recovery must start with access to vaccines. The Secretary General has called vaccine equity the biggest moral test for the global community and is committed to do everything possible to get vaccines to everyone by 2022. And with your help, our creativity continues. We've just welcomed a prehistoric creature into the General Assembly Hall to urge world leaders to choose climate action and not human extinction. The Secretary General has been outspoken in calling on governments and key stakeholders across the globe to take concrete and immediate action to respond to climate crisis, which he calls a code red for humanity. We need to build a truly global coalition committed to net zero emissions, including countries, cities, regions, companies, and financial institutions. It is not hyperbole to say that the scale and scope of the challenges ahead require us to break the status quo. By 2030, we must cut emissions globally by 45% to limit climate change to 1.5 degrees Celsius and achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. We are not on course to do either currently, and we can't wait any longer to ramp up the pace. With your help this year, we also opened our doors to K-pop. Last I checked, there were more than 35 million views of BTS, helping the UN bridge the intergenerational gap and bring a brand new audience to focus on the SDGs. In this spirit, I want to share with you a new UN campaign launched during the General Assembly in September by the Deputy Secretary General, called Keeping the Promise. The purpose is to catalyze a global movement that will drive a better recovery and deliver the 2030 promise by mobilizing individuals, families, communities, businesses, cities, and countries to make the Sustainable Development Goals their own. We look forward to collaborating with the PVBLIC Foundation and hope to engage with many of you to highlight key promises and share with your social media platforms. In closing, let me quote our new friends BTS. We don't need to talk the talk, just walk the walk. Together, we can raise the level of ambition, mobilize people everywhere, and demand greater accountability. Thank you for all that you do to leverage the power of your industry to educate, engage, and transform the mindsets and behaviors of everyone everywhere for a more just, sustainable, and prosperous world. Thank you.
Don't let anyone ever tell you that there isn't progress, that great things don't get done, that making the world better is impossible. There are amazing things happening around the world every day. Just look at what has been achieved. More than 1 billion people have been lifted out of poverty since 1990. More children than ever now live to see their 5th birthday. Polio is on the brink of eradication. COVID vaccines were developed in record time. More women are in positions of power. Renewable energy is becoming cheaper than fossil fuels. 90% of the world's population now has access to electricity. But there is still so much needed to get the to-do list for people and the planet done.
You need to be determined to face the risks, determined to face the challenges and to change, and to do what is necessary to overcome our dramatic problems.
With your passion and determination, we can go faster, get stronger, and do better for fairer progress for everyone.
What an inspiring video. Thank you, Anne-Marie. It is great to have your voice leading this conversation. Now it is my pleasure to introduce Public Foundation's Executive Chairman, Sergio Fernandez de Cordova. Sergio, the screen is yours.
Thank you, Anne-Marie, for those inspiring remarks, and congratulations on all the great work that you and the entire team at the UN Office for Partnerships are doing with Keeping the Promise initiative. Very excited to be a partner with you. Your support, ideas, and collaborations are key to bringing this event to life, so we're very grateful. I am Sergio Fernandez de Cordova, the Executive Chairman of the Public Foundation, and I'm very excited to welcome you all here to the 2021 SDG Media Summit, a climate for change. I want to take this opportunity to thank our other convening partner, the United Nations Development Program, UNDP. We're so happy to have them here with us, and we are excited to support the Don't Choose Extinction campaign, which was just launched. We look forward to sharing more with you on that, including a behind-the-scenes conversation about the campaign's creation, where you'll be able to learn exactly how they got the dinosaur inside the UN General Assembly. The dinosaur's name is Frankie. I hope you're already thinking about how you can amplify that campaign and share the message, because when you see the video, you are going to love it. This SDG Media Summit is powered by EarthX, the international nonprofit environmental forum whose purpose is to educate and inspire people to take action towards a more sustainable future. There's going to be a lot of exciting announcements coming from them and others later on in the program, so please stay tuned. We're very grateful to have official partners like Microsoft and Magic Wheels, who have contributed key ideas and insights on issues like digital divide and how we could use data, innovation, and technology to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. This is our 8th Media Summit, and it's amazing to see how many impactful partnerships, campaigns, and relationships have come out of these summits. It's incredible and wonderful to see how many of our speakers and attendees have grown and expanded their social impact over the years, all because of this SDG Media Summit. Our goal as a foundation and with this event is to engage global change makers and mobilize media to advance sustainable development all around the world. In the past year and a half, we have continued working with partners across the UN system, including the WHO, UNDP, the Department of Global Communications, to name a few, bringing social impact campaigns and programs to more than 20 countries around the world, seen by millions of people. The SDG Media Zone, which has continued throughout COVID in a virtual format, has now reached over 1 billion viewers. It is such an important time to be having an event like this. We're experiencing historic challenges and relating to COVID pandemic and the climate crisis. but we are also living through a unique climate for change, an opportunity to come together and create a new future and save our planet. We could do this. While we're not meeting today in person, we are still coming to you with a mission. We're asking all of you to activate your networks, your media assets, your teams, your relationships towards solving problems and helping advance the sustainable development goals. We're asking you to use the innovation that you help your clients and companies succeed to support the many initiatives mentioned here. Take action. Please help us. We hope you're engaged and inspired by the conversations and videos that you see. Please share your thoughts, comments, ideas on social, all throughout your media platforms, and use the hashtag SDG Media Summit. Thank you for being with us. We hope you enjoy the panels, the conversations, and videos that you're about to see. Please, again, share, be inspired, take action, join us. And again, thank you for your participation.
Thank you, Sergio. We now turn to our partners at the United Nations Development Program, and I'm honored to introduce Boaz Paldi, Global Engagement and Partnership Manager, who will introduce the UNDP's new campaign, Don't Choose Extinction. He'll then be joined by Sergio for a fireside chat.
Today at the SDG Media Summit, we've launched recently a campaign called Don't Choose Extinction. The idea behind the campaign is that we want to tackle the main issues of climate change, of the climate emergency, but we want to do it in a way that engages with people all over the world. Sometimes climate change terms, climate change issues are complicated, they're scary, they're full of fear, and people don't engage with them as much as we need them to engage. Because in order to solve this really global issue, we need everyone to be involved. We need to reach everyone across the world and try and send that message through humanity. There's one particular issue that this campaign tackles, and that is the issue of fossil fuel subsidy reform. It's extremely important to do. Fossil fuel subsidies are being paid by governments every year, and last year alone, $423 billion was used for fossil fuel subsidies. Now, that's an incredible amount of money. In a way that we look at it, we are in deficit of $423 billion. So we're in the red for $423 billion for climate action, for climate impact. So, for instance, if we were to give sustainable energy to everyone in Africa, every single citizen in Africa, that would only cost about $36 billion. And here we have $423 billion of fossil fuel subsidies that go almost entirely to manufacturers. So they don't impact the poor, they don't impact the disenfranchised, they don't really impact the people, they impact price of fuels. And so it's a difficult debate. We know that it's political, we know that as well, but we really think that this is a debate worth having. And the other part of the debate is inequality. We really believe that it's important that as we move towards a green transition, as we move away from fossil fuels, as we move towards decarbonization, we leave no one behind. That the poor, the disenfranchised do not left holding the highest burden of the price, that we bring them along, that we take care of them in some way. So we imagine a world where we could use $423 billion every year to do positive impact, to have positive impact. We could have universal basic income. We could have a temporary basic income. We could build green jobs. We could do a lot with girls' education. There's so much positive that we can do with those funds. So that's what we're trying to imagine with this campaign. But really, at the heart of it, what we're trying to do is spark a global conversation. In order to spark a global conversation, as I said, we have to make it so that it's accessible. And we decided to go at it a little bit of a funny, little bit of an absurd way, not the run-of-the-mill UN way. And so here I am happily introducing Frankie.
You okay? You need a minute? Cool. Okay. Listen up, people. I know a thing or two about extinction. And let me tell you, and you'd kind of think this would be obvious, going extinct is a bad thing. And driving yourselves extinct? In 70 million years, that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. At least we had an asteroid. What's your excuse? You're headed for a climate disaster, and yet every year governments spend hundreds of billions of public funds on fossil fuel subsidies. Imagine if we had spent hundreds of billions per year subsidizing giant meteors. That's what you're doing right now. Think of all the other things you could do with that money. Around the world, people are living in poverty. Don't you think helping them would make more sense than, I don't know, paying for the demise of your entire species? Let me be real for a second. You've got a huge opportunity right now. As you rebuild your economies and bounce back from this pandemic, this is humanity's big chance. So here's my wild idea. Don't choose extinction. Save your species before it's too late. It's time for you humans to stop making excuses and start making changes. Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to this important conversation, creative content to advance the climate agenda. I'm joined by Boaz Paldi, Global Engagement and Partnership Manager at the United Nations Development Program, to talk about the Don't Choose Extinction campaign, something that we are very excited here at Public Foundation to have this conversation, also because we've just launched this initiative, and just being a strategic partner, watching this campaign be born, come to life, and be executed is probably one of the most important things that we've ever done. And so just really excited to have this conversation. And this is an initiative that has been involved, we've been involved really literally months, and it's been over a year for Boaz and his team. And really wanted to give Boaz an opportunity to give us the background, to tell us what is the big issue, right? Why is there a dinosaur in the room, and where do we go from here? So Boaz, can you please help educate our audience? Why is there a dinosaur in the room?
So I think some of the issues around climate change and the climate crisis are difficult, and they're complicated, and there's a lot of bad news out there. So people it's difficult for people to engage with it. It's difficult for people to get involved, because all they see is some technical reports that are extremely important and really kind of like speak to the heart of the problem, but they're technical, they're complicated, they're difficult, they're not for the layman. And on the other hand, they get a lot of bad news, and they get a lot of doom and gloom issues surrounding them. So we think that we need a different way of trying to reach out to the general public. We need to try and find an accessible way for the public to get engaged, to have them as part of the conversation, to have them as part of the solution to the climate emergency. It's really important at this stage that we all work together for a common solution to this issue. We only have a short runway to go, and the issue is very, very, very difficult. Particularly here, we're focusing on the issue of fossil fuel subsidies. $423 billion are paid every year into fossil fuel subsidies. Much of those funds go to manufacturers, so in fact to the rich. They do not have any impact on the poor and the disenfranchised. And so when we are talking about a green transition, a transition towards a sustainable source of energy, a sustainable economy, we also have to leave no one behind. We have to make sure that the poor and the disenfranchised are come along with us, and we can somehow tackle the issue of inequality at the same time as we're tackling climate change. So already there, you see how complicated it is. and therefore the dinosaur is in the room. We feel that Frankie, enlisting Frankie's help, that's the name of the dinosaur that you just watched, is a way for us to really reach people. To date, Frankie has appeared in over 36 languages all over the world, in Thailand, in Israel, in the Arab world, in Swahili, in Kenya, and in other places, really kind of like everywhere, and in those languages. So he's translatable. He translates the languages because he's a voiceover. You saw the version that has Jack Black, the American actor, take part, but Eiza Gonzalez is doing the Spanish version. Aissa Mega from France, this wonderful Senegalese French actress, is doing the French. We have it, as I said, in all over the world. So there is that, and then there is also the fact that dinosaurs are relatable to us. Humans like dinosaurs. So it transcends cultures in many ways. So we thought about speaking about this very, very serious issue of getting rid of fossil fuel subsidies in a way that will reach people, reach people's hearts, reach people's minds.
That's amazing. And thank you for that, Boaz. But somebody that's been in the creative and advertising and marketing world my whole life, basically since a very young age. To me, when I think about the juxtaposition of, the dinosaur, and it's such an important, heavy conversation, right? And then how do you enlist media partners? How do you get everyone on board? And I think for our audience would be great to kind of, dive a little bit deeper. Tell us a little bit of like when this was born, you had to engage the UN at the highest level. Right, you had to engage agencies that have global reach at the highest level. You had to engage celebrities and folks, and everyone had to really be all in, not just because this is one of the most important conversations in our lifetime, but also because this is something that is just so big and in the middle of what's happening around the world, the pandemic, and you tell us a little bit about that engagement, the partnerships, because folks here, they don't realize how much work goes into this. And, this is, right now reaching millions of people all over the world, but give us the birthing of this and how you got everyone engaged. A little background on that would be great.
Well, it's certainly been a journey, Sergio. You've been with me in part of that journey. PVBLIC has been a great partner to us in this campaign from almost from the beginning, and so you've seen some of the birthing pains that we've gone through. But there's also, as you say, there's like incredible partnerships at scale here. When we first got the brief of trying to get a campaign going around fossil fuel subsidies, we were kind of scratching our heads and thinking, how do we make this accessible? How do we do this in a way that people will understand? So the first step, I think, was to try and reach creatives out there, the creative industry that have so much power, that have so much creativity. That was the first step. We found an incredible partner with Activista from Los Angeles. They are a behavioral change agency that really is looking at impact. And we brought Activista on board. Activista, they say themselves that they basically received the brief of a lifetime. How do we change behavior around an issue that's complicated, that's difficult, but that's for the UN, and can really move the needle on the climate conversation. So Activista was happy to jump in. Activista came up with the idea of a dinosaur as an avatar for us, as a entity that can really take this conversation forward. And then from there, it was a question of how we so the first step was like just a creative idea, which we immediately loved. I remember kind of like the meeting that we had with Activista, they pitched 3 ideas. They weren't serious about the other 2. We just immediately fell in love with Frankie. And there was just no other option but to do it then, because you can't unsee it once you see it. There's so much going for having that striking image of a dinosaur on the UN podium. It's such a striking image, and there's so many layers to it. Dinosaurs are fossil fuels. So there's that layer as well. There's so much going on with it. And so we started thinking about how we make it. And then we approached other friends, other creative partners that helped us. We approached Wyndham and Thompson out of Australia that were very, very keen to get engaged. And Wyndham and Thompson built the digital experience behind this campaign. So it's not enough to have a film out there. We also want people to take action. We want to give them a digital experience they can go to and take action. I can talk about that a little bit later on, but just around the partnerships, Wyndham and Thompson was a really important creative partner to get on board. Then there was the production. How do we do the production? There was no question that we needed a high-end production house to do this kind of VFX. It wasn't going to be the run-of-the-mill. And Framestore, our production house that we worked with, are the best in the business. They've won 4 Oscars on this. They're known for their incredible work. And we are so incredibly proud and happy of the product and what Framestore did with it. That it just couldn't have turned out better. The main, engaging with the UN maybe was the hardest part, because the UN is not, we are a serious organization. We don't use humor in our communication that much. We are not built for campaigns of this sort. So it needed a lot of internal engagement, a lot of internal engagement with stakeholders all over the system to try and get this off the ground, both inside UNDP and outside. It took us 5 months to get permission to film inside the General Assembly. That's mostly because of COVID restrictions, but it still took us 5 months. And so we started building those partnerships across the board. Once we had all that going, then we started reaching out to celebrities and trying to see who would be interested in this campaign. We were very lucky that Jack Black agreed to do the English. That's what started it all. He recorded his voiceover. He did a perfect recording. We gave the dinosaur so much life. And in fact, when the animation process started, they were using Jack Black's kind of body movements and voice to really give life to the personality of the dinosaur. We believe that Frankie does have a personality, that he is kind of like very, very, very personable. And Jack helped us with that. And then it was trying to find the next step was the Spanish and French version. That was absolutely critical. And Eiza Gonzalez came on board, which we're so excited about. She gave the dinosaur a little bit of a different personality, and it worked. We spent a long time with Framestore discussing how we would do this. If we were to translate into so many languages, would the dinosaur move his lips, or would it move his mouth? And we discovered that in animation, I didn't know this before, it's much better if he just moves his mouth, because then lip sync is much easier. So that's what we decided to do, and it works. Then it was trying to get media partnerships on board. That's when we approached you, Sergio, and PVBLIC, because we know the incredible work that you do around this, and so you helped us start that conversation across the board with media partnerships across the board that we now have. We have incredible media partnerships for this campaign. But we also needed a CTA that worked. We really needed something. The UN has a problem with CTAs. We can't call for petitions. It's hard for us, because who are we going to petition? It's like petitioning ourselves in a way. So we needed to find a different way. What we came up with was building a collective intelligence, so people could get involved, so people could give their opinions, their views, their fears, their hopes, and some solutions that are out there, and some pitfalls that are out there. And all of that we would collect together, and we would use that to talk to actually policymakers, because all of this sits at the policy level. It's not about you stopping to eat steak and only eating salad, although it's a worthy cause if you can do it. It's about what energy policy is like. And we feel that there's a disconnect between energy policy and people, and we are trying to bridge that gap through a collective intelligence that we're building with this campaign. So there's lots of different parts of it. All of it is around partnership. Literally, we have no money. We are a poor organization. We're rich in terms of doing programs on the ground, but we are very poor in terms of communication and advocacy. We have hardly any budget, so we have to create partnerships around that. And I'm so grateful to the companies that came on board, to the entities that came on board, that allowed us to do this, allowed us to have this dinosaur, allowed us to have this impact through partnerships rather than through a contract. Of course, there are contracts for all these partnerships, but it's really kind of absolutely vital for us to have that support in order for us to do these kinds of projects.
And thank you for that. And I think that's kind of a great segue into kind of, the reason why we do the SDG Media Summit, and we announced, in our 8th year of hosting the SDG Media Summit, partnership with the UN Office for Partnerships, and exploring and developing partnerships such as this with UNDP, with yourself. And, just as a bit of background, Activista, was in our summits in 2018. And it came to talk about some of the work. And for us, for all of you out there listening and watching, this is exactly what we want to get activated, to be inspired, to help create some of the most, amazing campaigns that will change and drive change in the world. And so for us, it's just, such an honor to have this conversation with you, Boaz, because so many different pieces and a lot of all the different partnerships that we've brought to you, Boaz, are people that have actually attended the summits and have sat there and have watched the different campaigns and have come up with their own ideas, so to me, just excited to hear, thank you for the recognition, but really it's about everyone in the media community, and our goal is really to continue to activate them. In our conversation today, hopefully we will inspire all of you that are listening to come to us and say, hey, this is what we could do, this is how we can help, because as Boaz said, the UN is very rich with ideas, with ways to create campaigns such as this, and we need the resources, right? Because the cash is what gets the resources, but what if we just had access to the resources, right? The currency that is the technology, the innovation, the creatives, which kind of takes me to another question, something that I know you were very passionate about. It sometimes gets missed in campaigning and how these things come together. Tell us about the score, right? Because you told us about the hero shot, right? The dinosaur, the element of Jack Black, the celebrities, and how you brought us all together, right? What you didn't talk about was the score.
The really kind of like what we're trying to achieve here is a global reach. We're trying to reach as many people as possible across the world in many different places. Of course, kind of like this, this campaign targets kind of like the heavy emitters, the G20 countries, but it's equally has to speak to everyone. And so we need it to be emotive. We need it to be somehow it needs to kind of like touch people's hearts. And so, we were convinced that we needed an original score. We knew that from a start, but original scores are difficult to do and are expensive to do. So we reached out to an Oscar-winning composer called Rachel Portman, who immediately joined us. The conversation was the shortest conversation I've had. We had a conversation with her and we said, hey, do you want to join? And she said, yes. And so that was it. We had nothing to talk about. I mean, of course, we explained the campaign and everything else. And Rachel just put together an incredible score for the film, and it elevates this film in such an incredible way that it's just like suddenly you have music that is meaningful, that is emotive, that has a crescendo, that has in a way that's the catharsis of this whole film of only 2.5 minutes, that you just have that feeling that yes, we're together, we're going to move together, we're going to solve this problem together. And so for me, it's almost kind of like music is important in my life, but you just see how important it is in the creative process. But it's also credit to Activista for their vision, because Activista from the very, very first day were like, this has got to be perfect in every single way. There is not a single part of this that can be flawed. We need the dinosaur to be as real as possible. And we spent a long time with Framestore and the incredible animation director that we had there to make sure that the skin color was right, that the breathing was right, that everything was correct. We brought on board a digital musical studio company called Tins and Strings that did a phenomenal job. If you notice in the film, if you've seen him as many times as you, the dinosaur's breathing. It's a real dinosaur in so many ways. We needed to have the UN filled with people that look like delegates, although there were extras. They're all colleagues of mine, friends of mine from UNDP that were there because of COVID restrictions. The UN is closed, so no one is allowed in. and we had 42 volunteers on the day of filming, and we needed to do crowd augmentation to make it look full. But even that, we tried to make it as real as possible. At some point, there's a shot of a young woman typing on a computer who acts as a journalist. But we wanted to make it extra real, and I'm sure that much of the people who see this film won't notice, but there's the CNBC logo at the top of the screen, just to give it that extra tiny bit of realism. And we went to CNBC and asked permission. We have a partnership with them on the campaign, and of course they were happy to be part of it. And so we tried to make it as real and as impactful as possible. And so the music was so absolutely important. And Rachel just delivered the most amazing score. So we were very excited about that.
No, it's incredible. I mean, it really reels you in. It brings you in, and everyone that has watched the video has said to me, they're like, I felt it. I could feel it, not just see it. So the message, touches you. It doesn't just speak to you. And I think that's really, what defines a great campaign, what defines a great messaging, and really kind of, what gets people really excited and activated. Which, as we're getting towards the end of our session, I wanted to kind of start to focus a little bit now, as we look at this isn't just a one-off. This is a campaign that, we're looking to tell everyone in the world, right? We want everyone here to be share the campaign, show it to your family, your friends, your children, the people in your company and your organization, because we want everyone to, be educated, be activated. But which then, as we activate people, right, a lot of the, what we do in our media summits is we also have a call to action. We ask everybody always at every one of our summits to take action. What is the call to action? And then, how can people take action? Not just a call to action. Hey, let's get everyone, give us your resources, help us, tell everyone. But like from a human level perspective, I am, Sergio, I live in New York City. How can I take action? How can I get involved? How can I activate my network? And Boaz, give us a little bit on that.
Sure, absolutely. I mean, I think sharing the film is extremely important, as you said. I think the film leads us to kind of like an emotive place where we are prone to perhaps be more open to the conversation, to really kind of try and engage with it. But that's not enough. So we built kind of like a CTA for the campaign, a call to action that leads you to a digital experience. We don't call it a website because we're not trying to be clever, but it's so much more than a website because there's so much rich content in it. So it's more like a digital experience. And in that digital experience, we have a lot of different actions that people can take. But if you notice in the film, the dinosaur says, we had an asteroid. What's your excuse? Why are you doing this to yourselves? It's absurd that you're doing this to yourselves. And why are you not taking action to stop it? So what's your excuse for not taking action? So we go into the site, which is called Don't Choose Extinction. And it's really what it is at its heart is a rebuttal site, Sergio. It rebuts all the excuses. So like an excuse, this is excuses that we've actually taken from social media in the real world. But we find excuses like, I'll be too old before climate change has a real impact, so I don't care, so I'm not going to act. And we'll show you that you're not too old, that climate change is happening now, and it's affecting millions of people around the world, and then lead you to an action that relates to that. So what we've done is we built a rebuttal site to rebut every possible excuse to not take action, and then leads you to an action that correlates to it. I'll put a caveat here, and we'll say very, very clearly and very specifically that there is one excuse for not taking action, and that is a very important part of the campaign, which is poverty, and we need to tackle that at the same time. So if you're living on $1 a day in sub-Saharan Africa, we really can't expect you to take action on climate change because you're fighting for your survival. So we'll fight for you. And so that's the point. So everyone who's not living on $1 a day in sub-Saharan Africa has no excuse. The poorest, the most disenfranchised, we will fight for you, and that's at the heart of it. But we also want to reach the what we kind of refer to as the middle silent majority. It's not the activists that are out there, although we were thrilled that Greta retweeted us a couple hours after the film went live. You know, it's like a stamp of approval. But we're not after that crowd, and we're not going to really be able to convince the guys who think that it's conspiracy theory. But we want to hit the rest of the people. So the silent middle majority, people who believe that climate change is real, but have not yet to take an action. So we want to get them to take action. And then we can't really build a website for 7 billion people. So what we've tried to do is design actions that fit different people in different ways, that fit the excuses and work together. Some of the actions are, there's so many, but we authored a children's book that's called The Birds and the Bees. That's a beautifully illustrated, very inspiring children's book that takes the idea of the talk about the birds and the bees and turns it on its head. And it's the talk that the kids will have with their parents about the impending doom of birds and bees on this planet if we don't change our ways. We have an Alexa skill that you can download onto your Alexa, and then Alexa becomes part of the dinner table conversation in the voice of Stephen Fry, the famous British actor. We have something that we call the Thesaurus Rex, which is a very simple, it's an app, and it translates difficult terms in climate change to everyday language, which, there are many of them. You read an IPCC report, you need to have a dictionary with you. So you don't, you need to have the Thesaurus Rex with you now. And so those are all kind of different actions that we build. But at the heart of it, we've built a collective intelligence that's now active, that's now out there. And we invite everyone to join that collective intelligence and give us your views and your opinions and your fears and your hopes and some of your solutions. And what one man doesn't know, the collective does know, we believe. And that collective, we need everyone to be involved. So as many people join Global Mind Pool, the better. And we can then correlate all of that data into quantifiable data, and we can take it to governments, to policymakers, and say, hey, just FYI, people in Venezuela are saying this, and people in Nigeria are saying this. And so you might want to consider these paths. And so it's all about that conversation. It's all about sparking a global conversation and giving people a voice and agency in that conversation.
I just absolutely love your passion. First and foremost, I just want to say thank you, because it's just every question is answered with 500% energy, and Boaz, it just says so much about how dedicated you are to this, how much you are all in. And I just think I want to kind of grab a little blurb of everything that you said. And I think this is for folks that are listening, this is the first time the United Nations has ever put such a campaign with so many ways to engage, right? From Alexa to children's book to collective intelligence. It's also the first time ever in humanity we've had so many different technologies that reach so many people, right? And part of our goal and the work that we do with public is how do we bring that innovation to allow these conversations to happen all the way down to every single human could make a difference. Every single person could do just one thing. And if we all have that collective intelligence, we all are using our collective assets, we will change the world. And with folks like you leading these conversations, Boaz, and executives in the role that you play is so important. It's just so, again, honored to just, have a seat at the table here or an oar in on the boat and really helping bring all this together. But as a wrap-up question, right, which I think folks are probably wondering, is where do we see Frankie after this, right? I know we have one of our strong strategic partners, the guys at EarthX, who we have the summit in April, who basically gonna literally make sure that we have Frankie everywhere and throughout their EarthX Summit. But we got Davos. Give us a little bit of where
Sure.
are we going to see Frankie? Because the children's book, this is going to evolve into something that in a year we're going to look back and know that we've reached over 1 billion people in over 200 countries, and and it's a movement. It's not just a campaign. And I mean, this is why we're excited, because this will become a global movement. But as we get there, where do we see Frankie?
Sure. I think, we're still planning all of the next year. We know for sure that we will be with our friends from EarthX. They've been incredible partners to us, and we're very excited to really bring Frankie to life in Dallas on Earth Day. We know that we'll be in Davos for sure. It's a really important space to be in this kind of conversation. We know that we'll be launching a cinema campaign. So Frankie will be in cinemas in 38 countries around the world. We have an incredible partnership that we'll announce a little bit later on. So we know that we know that we are going to be in EarthX. We know that we're going to be in South by Southwest. We know that during the HLPF here in the UN, we will have to have an activation with Frankie. We know that in the next General Assembly high-level segment in September 2022, we'll have a big activation for Frankie. But we'll keep evolving and we'll keep this conversation going. Frankie's going to stay with us forever, and the issue needs to be solved. So we need to kind of keep thinking, keep being creative. It's easy kind of to kind of say, okay, now we've launched Frankie, he's out in the world, we can relax. We can't relax. This issue is dramatically important. We have to get this right. So we have to keep pushing. We need to keep pushing, all of us together. And I just put a shout out to all of our partners out there. Everyone has contributed so much to this, and I'm sure that they'll continue to contribute. But this bandwagon is big. We want as many partners as possible. We need you. We need your help. We need your support. We need partnership. Only through partnerships can we get this done. All of us working together will solve this issue. Alone, we can't do it. Not the UN, not the private sector, not media, not member states. It's all of us together, working together for a common cause. And there's no more important cause than this. If we don't get this right, we don't get anything right. So I really I'm putting out a call out there. We are open for partnerships. We are eager for partnerships. We have, I think, a vehicle that is going to go places, and we want as many partners as possible.
So you heard that here, folks. Please, if you have ideas, you've got creative ways to help get the word out, really to help scale this conversation. There's never enough partnerships. This isn't, this is just the beginning. It's not the end. And it is something that is so important to all of us, and something that, we want all of you involved. So please let us know, reach out to us, reach out to Boaz, whoever, and, let's get everybody activated. Don't choose extinction. And with that, Boaz, again, I want to say, wholeheartedly, on behalf of the Public Foundation team and all of the partners involved, thank you for this great vision. Thank you for giving us the time to give us a little bit of the background so that our audience can understand, how this was born, where it's going, where it came from, who's involved, and how to get involved. So, with that, again, Boaz, thank you so much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sergio, and thank you for your partnership. It's been a really kind of like a very important partnership for the campaign, and we're very grateful to be here. Very grateful to be speaking to this crowd, and really hope that we can all work together.
Yes, excellent. Well, thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Sergio and Boaz, for that inside look into the creation of the Don't Choose Extinction campaign. The next panel will focus on the importance of guaranteeing access to digital media and bridging the digital divide as we accelerate global action on the SDGs, leaving no one behind. Melissa Fleming, the Undersecretary General for Global Communications at the United Nations, will moderate this session and introduce panelists from our partners at Microsoft and the social impact platform DevX. Melissa, thank you so much for joining us.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the SDG Media Summit panel on bridging the digital divide and achieving the 2030 agenda. My name is Melissa Fleming, and I'm the Undersecretary General for Global Communications at the United Nations. It is such a pleasure to be with you here today to moderate a panel discussion that will focus on one of the most pressing limitations to our progress toward the Sustainable Development Goals, and that is the digital divide. The goals are all about leaving no one behind. This ethos, therefore, extends to ensuring that everyone, regardless of their location, gender, age group, or other demographic classification, have access to what has become a key public good in the modern era, the internet. For today's discussion, I'm joined by two distinguished speakers, John Frank, Vice President of the United Nations Affairs at Microsoft, and Raj Kumar, President and Editor-in-Chief at DevEx. Together, John, Raj, and I will explore the importance of equitable access to digital media, global connectivity and information as we aim to achieve the 2030 Agenda. We will also explore why the digital divide is widening and what should and could be done to bridge this divide. The stakes are clear. We know the digital divide poses a global and an urgent challenge to sustainable growth. Right now, estimates are that 2.5 to 3 billion people are connected. Estimates are connected to broadband and can afford to use it. So just let's put that back. That number can afford to use it, but there are another 2.5 to 3.5 billion people who have access to a connection but cannot afford to take advantage of it. Then there's the remaining billion people around the world who are entirely unconnected, 1 billion people unconnected. At the UN, our call has long been to bridge this digital divide and to accelerate global action so that no one is left behind. We know what a difference it can make to people who don't have access to a good that has become essential to our economic, political, social, and intellectual activities. So let's dive right into the discussion here. Hi, John and Raj, welcome.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Good to see you. My first question goes to John. John, who is here right across the street from me, across from the United Nations. First, can you just say a few words about why Microsoft has a UN representative?
Sure. We've opened a UN office right here in the neighborhood. And it's an outgrowth of years of relationships and projects that we've had with different UN agencies and across the spectrum of things from human rights to skills and training to connectivity to sustainability. And so we want to be more engaged with the UN and international organizations. And so we've built a team that we have people in Geneva, Paris, New York, Washington, DC, and Seattle that focus on the UN and international organizations so we can deepen our engagement.
Thanks, John. Well, we're certainly benefiting. What from your years at Microsoft do you think are the key pillars to overcoming the challenges that I just mentioned about connecting the world? What do we need to change? How are we going to get these 1 billion people connected and all of those others to give them the ability to connect, to be able to afford connecting?
Well, I think sort of the first generation of attempts where we were connecting people around the world through GSM, very important, but that's not a full solution because we're not really focused on affordability with that. This next round, as we look to deepen connections, I think we need to focus very much on the affordability and not just, maps that show theoretical coverage. And so it's affordability and adoption. But then it's really important that we disaggregate, we get better data about gender usage and that purchasing power match to the consumers in the country. Because if we're just, we need to think about the whole society getting connected, and we're not going to do that unless we focus more on when we evaluate new projects, are we looking at affordability and then measuring adoption as we go.
Well, that's interesting. So it's complex, right? It depends on the individual circumstance. So maybe you could go a little bit deeper into that. You mentioned women, for example. Why is the gender question an issue in connectivity?
Right, because we don't, what we measure today, at the ITU is often based upon national statistics, which frankly don't go deep enough to help us really measure the quality of gender engagement. They may tell us that a woman's logged on in the last 6 weeks, but how much time and training are they getting versus the men in the household? And I think that we need to gather more data, frankly, because a lot of the public services that we can deliver through that connectivity are going to be best delivered to the women. And when it comes to creating opportunities for education, it's a great opportunity to reach girls as well. And so we need to focus on that gender data so we can better target it. But I think that when we think about our broad development projects and the data that's being used to kind of consider what projects should get funded or not funded, I do think we need to be looking at the affordability. And we also ought to be looking at training being an essential part of it. We ought to be talking about the public services that can be delivered through it. And we ought to be, the fourth component, we'd say human-centered, would be to make sure that we've got a human rights framework around these projects. And so I think if we had a broader definition as we evaluate the projects to take forward, we'll make more progress.
So maybe just a quick follow-up. What is Microsoft and maybe others in the tech industry doing to kind of overcome these challenges, and why are you doing it? What's in it for you?
Well, we're very fortunate that we've got a lot of resources, and so, but we're not in the connectivity business as such. But we've been doing projects, especially in Africa, but really now around the world, looking at alternative technologies that have lower cost. And so we developed a technology using, we call the TV white space. Between the TV channels, there's little bits of frequency that are going unused. And if we can use those for essentially super Wi-Fi, we can bring a much lower cost internet connectivity to rural areas. And so, if a typical Wi-Fi system will reach 15 meters, TV white space will reach 1,500 meters. And provide very low cost connectivity. And those are the kind of solutions that we've been promoting in a sustainable business with partners really around the world, but also in developing countries. It's often, it's a much more effective solution. We'd all love to have fiber optic into our computer, but that's really expensive, and someday we'll get there. But in the meantime, we need more affordable solutions.
Okay, well, that's really interesting. Let's move to Raj, and following on what John was laying out for us, if we had a roadmap for closing the digital divide, and from your experience covering the various battles to achieve the SDGs, what are the main gaps in your view that are preventing us from closing this divide?
Yeah, hi, Melissa, and hi, John. I guess I would say it's worth thinking back maybe a decade ago, a little bit more. This wasn't always a accepted idea that connectivity should be a development priority, right? In the earlier days of the internet and the earlier days of mass computing, there were people who said, one laptop per child, that should be the priority. And there were just as many voices on the other side of that saying, no, this is not what people actually need. And the same thing applied to the internet. There were a lot of skeptics who thought that's not really a key component of the development paradigm, getting people connected. I think that narrative started to shift. People started to see the difference over the last decade or so, and especially the pandemic, when you saw tens of millions of kids in low income and middle income countries pushed out, just like in places like here in the United States, pushed out of school, forced to go home to learn. And we realized that, boy, connectivity isn't a nice thing to have, it's fundamental. Like if you don't have access to the internet during a pandemic, you can't get health information easily, you can't be in school or get educated, you can't work. It's pretty fundamental. And so I think the whole mindset has shifted around this issue. And that's, first of all, a pretty important thing just to remember when we think about the SDG agenda, that connectivity is no longer an interesting niche issue. It's a fundamental cross-cutting issue. You can't really look at any of the SDGs and envision that we're going to get there by 2030 if you still have half the world disconnected. So I think that's, to me, one of the big moments, one of the big insights that we've had in covering this topic for a long time here at DevX. Maybe the other one, John alluded to it, is this is probably more of a financial engineering problem than it is a technology problem. There is a technology challenge, and there's lots of innovation, and there's lots of exciting things that are happening. But maybe a mistake, and we've covered this a bit at DevX, that we've had in the development community is just assuming someone else is going to fix this problem, right? There's going to be the Loon project, the amazing balloons. I've seen them in action. They were cool. They were really impressive and inspiring. But they didn't ultimately work, as many technologies don't, right? It's nothing against the people who worked on that, but they didn't. Facebook had the Aquila drones. That didn't work ultimately. That was a great idea. Now there's, low Earth orbiting satellites that maybe have more promise. There's TV white spaces that a number of companies, Microsoft and many others, are working on that seems to have some real promise. But technology isn't going to be sort of the silver bullet where someone is going to swoop in from the outside and solve this for all of us in the development sector. To me, that's a lesson that we need to draw. And so we all have a stake in this. If you work in global health, if you work in global education, if you work on gender equality issues, you need to work on connectivity too. And so to me, that's fundamental. Is there an easy roadmap to it? No, but it's going to be a number of things like figuring out if you're rolling out a digital health solution in a community, well, what is the way your population gets access to that information? And if it means you need a new business model, you need to partner with local ISPs, you need to bring in development finance funding, or you need to work with the local mobile operators, or maybe there's regulatory change that's needed at the government level. And all of these are pieces of the puzzle. And it's not easy, but I don't know what development challenge is easy. And that's what we have to sort of roll up our sleeves and do. That's the way I look at it.
Oh, thanks, Raj. I think that was incredibly important to point out how critical connectivity is to development. I remember working at UNHCR for refugees, and one of the most inspiring connectivity solutions for education in remote places was actually being able to be connected to teachers in other parts of the world. And we saw this so dramatically, as you just mentioned, during the pandemic, how kids relied on school so much, the physical school, for their learning and for their food. And as soon as that was no longer available, they were really set back in so many dimensions. So I think it's connected to everything. I think that's a really good point, which probably means the next question was going to be, what kind of partnerships do we need? I think you answered that. You need the tech industry, and you need all of the development actors, and everybody needs to realize that we're not going to advance unless we have connectivity. Did I say that correctly, or would you like to add anything?
No, that's the way I would certainly look at it. I think you need all of the players together, and that's what makes it hard, because there isn't, you can't just kind of come in and solve this problem. You might be able to do it in a very small scale, village by village or something, but you're really not going to be able to solve this unless you think about all of the parts of this complex system. And you really bring that affordability question that John brought up to the forefront of the conversation, because there really is access in many ways today. Those numbers you shared at the beginning, Melissa, that many multi-billions of people who technically have access, but just can't really afford it. How are they using the internet today? Or how even are the other 2.5 billion using it? Well, a lot of them might be paying a lot of attention to their data plan on their cell phone and using a prepaid card. And so they might be thinking, okay, I'm going to be on for 10 minutes to do something I really need to do, but they're not connecting the way many of us in advanced economies are, where we don't think of the cost of data because we have a broadband connection at home, we're paying a flat rate, and that's it. And so you can do all kinds of things, including innovate, including making sure that all the kids in the family, maybe not just the male children, but the girl children, have access when they need it. When the affordability of the product is that limited and people are thinking about every megabyte they're downloading, it just changes your use of this. So it's not enough, again, just to reiterate John's point, it's not enough to just sort of say at a high level, these are the ITU numbers. Like, we have to look a little bit more deeply into how are people using these products, and is it enhancing their lives? Is it leading to the kind of economic development, education, better health and all the things that we're experiencing, those of us who have more complete access to the internet.
Well, Raj, I think that is a very important question to ask both of you then. I mean, you said that bringing people connectivity, affordable connectivity, should be also bringing them more good, in areas of education and healthcare. But as we've been hearing also even more dramatically in these past weeks, with lots of revelations coming out about Facebook and other big tech companies, and how horrible information, misinformation, disinformation, hate is spreading, and particularly unmonitored in many of the countries where actually we're hoping to bring the internet to. Let me just ask you, is how can we make sure that when we do start connecting more and more people, that they're going to be connected to a healthy public information environment? Any thoughts on that, John?
I think skills training is just essential, because you just don't toss people into this world without some broader perspective on it. Sort of like, when you learn to drive, you learn before you get your license, so to speak. And we really need to think about getting people trained up. We also need to, though, think about, tech companies like ours. We need to be accountable for how our products are actually used, and we need to address the social harms. We all aspire that our technology is going to be used for wonderful things, and sometimes it is, but sometimes it isn't. And I think as tech companies, we need to own that and take responsibility to go fix things. But I also think there's an aspect of nation state behavior here as well, which is if you've got nation states deliberately injecting misinformation and disinformation into other countries for political purposes, I think that that's a great topic for discussion at the UN, and so I'm really glad that Secretary General made that one of the central points of the common agenda.
Yeah, and I'd just add to that, if I can, Melissa, like thinking about some of the people who are disconnected today, that if these efforts work, would get connected. What about their user data? And what about their privacy? Including thinking about refugees who might be at risk. And UN agencies are very involved in helping to support refugees exactly of this kind. Like when they get connected, which has all these positive benefits, are we doing enough to ensure the safety and security of their private information, their user information, et cetera? So I think it's not just about connection. It's a really big part of it, but it's that whole circle, the pillars that John mentioned, and thinking about it from a human lens and a human rights lens is really important here.
Absolutely. And I think we've now had to look at it very much through a public health lens. You spoke a little bit about it, but obviously very dramatically, the COVID-19 pandemic swept the world, upending people's lives and really just putting a spotlight on existing inequalities, but also dramatically exacerbating them. So what, over the past 8 months, we've unfortunately seen such a step back in our efforts to kind of bring the healthcare divide together. What can you say about the COVID-19 pandemic, and what impact do you think this has had in through the lens of people getting or not getting the public information they need due to their lack of connectivity, and how this has potentially impacted the pandemic? John, do you want to start?
Sure. I think Raj's points earlier just about how how essential it is, but I also think another side of it is we have made huge advances in the technology and scaling to adapt, and so we're doing calls and meetings by Zoom or Teams or other things now, and so those technologies have had to mature very quickly. But some of the applications of those for education or for healthcare have also advanced, and I think that we've seen the solutions that we worked on with UNESCO and UNICEF for skills training and education, there's now a much broader willingness to adopt those and promote those. And so the Learning Passport was really developed for refugee children who might be on the move, but it was quickly adapted to be applicable for any country that wants to push out an online education system. And so I think that, in a sense, the promise has been developed, the technology base is higher, and so there is more opportunity. And I think that remote education is not perfect, but it is scalable. And so it's a solution that can be, can be brought out at very low marginal cost. And I think that investing in human capital is going to be one of the most important things we can do.
Indeed. I mean, I think probably all the kids here, we're both here in the US, they're dying to be back in the classroom. Whereas there are many situations in the world where, Raj, I'm sure you can imagine there'd be many kids who would just love to have that advantage to be sitting in front of a computer and have access to teachers and fellow classmates from different parts of the world, and to really be able to learn in places where they just have absolutely no possibility. What kind of potential do you see in the education field?
Yeah, I think it's important to remember that even before this pandemic, we had 250 million kids just out of school, right? And think of the potential lost. And the access to sort of online curriculum and the internet isn't some panacea to that, but boy, having the opportunity at least for some portion of those kids would be huge. And I think we've seen that, as John says, we've seen the upsides. It's not that we want to all move necessarily right away to the metaverse or, we're going to live online completely, but there are a lot of advantages if you can use the technology well. And I think it's worth drawing out a couple of trend lines that we know are in front of us. So if you talk to the global health experts, they'll tell you two things. The pandemic is still happening. It's not over. Certainly in many countries of the world, it's much worse than it is here in the United States where we are, but it's still on. And the second thing they'll tell you is it's probably not the last major pandemic. That there's a high likelihood we will see more pandemic. They might be different, but pandemic preparedness and response is something we're going to be living with. So given that, given our experience now, it just makes online education that much more important. If we know this is going to happen again potentially, or could continue to happen even now in some parts of the world that don't have as much vaccine access, for example, why aren't we using this more as an opportunity? I mean, it should shift the way we think of online education, I think. And then the second related point John got into in a second ago is the climate crisis. And again, if you just draw out that trend line, we know if you talk to the climate experts and the people like yourself, Melissa, who've worked in the refugee space, we are seeing more and more displaced people, and we will see more. That number is not going to come down because there are going to be more climate disasters and people on the move. So what do you do for education when kids maybe have to leave their home, maybe for months at a time? And so we know these things are coming, then it's not just about hitting the 2030 goals like they're a static target. I think it's about seeing connectivity and online education, online health, and all the related opportunities here as a way to respond to a dynamic world.
Right. Well, maybe there's some more energy and injected now into the need and into the efforts to connect everybody and the recognition that we can get kids connected. I'd like maybe just one final round just on the SDGs. In your view, are there any aspects of the SDGs over the last couple of years during this COVID crisis that actually got worse in your view? But maybe more importantly, do you see any opportunities out of this crisis that emerged perhaps just by more awareness? John, do you want to take this?
Yeah, well, I will not claim that the pandemic has been helpful to any of the SDGs, but I do think it has created a greater consensus that we need to address these things, that connectivity is important to many of them, on the economic side as well, and that, if we're going to build more sustainable businesses in developing and least developed countries, connectivity's got to be part of the foundation for it. And so I think there is a moment of consensus, and I'm hoping that we will make progress. That I hope that some of the major, the European Union, the U.S. government, for example, are talking about doing more on connectivity in Africa, and I certainly hope they'll follow through on that, because I think it's really clear to all of us how important it is now.
Raj, do you agree? Does it kind of underpin everything that we're doing in development and the opportunity for success?
I think so. Yeah, I mean, you pick the SDG, and if you talk to the people working on it, it's pretty likely you're going to hear the word digital early in their response to what needs to be done, because the scale required to reach the SDGs. Basically, you need to do things digitally, whether you're talking about agriculture or you're talking about health or education. The gaps are too big for any traditional approach to fill those gaps in 9 years now that we have left, right? So we're probably talking about digital solutions on really every major SDG. And you can't get to those digital solutions if people aren't connected. So it's pretty fundamental. I think if there's a takeaway from the pandemic, it's that I feel people were often looking to someone else to solve the connectivity problem. They were sort of saying, well, that's someone else's domain. I work in health, or I work in education. There will be connectivity, and then we will use it. And I think now, I hope now, there's more of a narrative shift where people see connectivity as their issue. It's everyone's issue. It's cross-cutting. And the only way you get there is if you think of your global education project, or if you're a foundation, you're working in global health, you say, well, I actually need to help ensure some of the health products I'm trying to deliver, that part of the business model includes money for connectivity so that rural clinics can connect to the internet. Otherwise, this just doesn't work. And if I just assume it'll be there, it won't. So I think there has been a narrative shift. I would like to see more in terms of major announcements, public policy announcements from massive global institutions and governments around funding for this. That hasn't really followed yet. We haven't actually seen the big commitments yet, but I think the mindset has started to shift on these issues. And I'm hoping that will lead to a broader public policy shift going forward.
Right. Well, thank you so much, Raj and John. I think, we have a number of proposals here. We need to get people who aren't connected. We need to get those who are in places where there is connectivity, but they just can't afford it, connected. And it is so cross-cutting, so critical to achieving SDGs. But my final note is also what travels once people are connected on those digital channels is also important. We need information to be used as a public good in all the sectors that will make this world a more just and humane place. So thank you so much for joining us, John and Raj. And we've come to the end of the panel now. I thank you, all of you, for tuning in today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Traditionally, the SDG Media Summit has curated and showcased a variety of advertising campaigns that have impacted viewers on a global scale. On this occasion, we will be showing you what we have called creative solutions for change throughout the event. To explain this, I want to introduce you to Ariana Stolarz, board member at Public Foundation. Ariana, it's so good to have you with us.
Every year at the SDG Media Summit, we seek to inspire action. And there is no better way to do so than by getting some inspiration from those who are doing it right. Therefore, we examine creative festivals and we go through all the award-winning work to make sure that we continue to raise the bar for creative solutions. This time, you're going to see cases that have won in Cannes, at the EFIS, the One Show, and DNAD. And we have lensed these winning case studies through climate change. Okay, let's take a look at the first one. The first case we're going to see was awarded this year the Grand Prix in Cannes in the category SDGs. It's not only a brilliant creative solution, you'll see in a minute, but also a reminder of the power of those companies who are truly committed to drive sustainable progress and sustainable change. I still remember I was in the jury room 2 years ago when they first introduced a solution to help people track their carbon emissions through a credit card. Okay, they have now taken this to a completely new level and new scale. And we're so thankful for that. Let's take a look.
We have to cut carbon emissions in half by the year 2030. And with over 60% of an individual's carbon footprint being linked to consumption, we have to start understanding the impact of consumption on our planet and start choosing lower impact products. It's one of the most important decisions we as individuals can make each day. But for that, we need brands to carbon label their products. Unfortunately, it's really hard and expensive for them to calculate their product's carbon footprint. This is especially worrisome since small and medium-sized brands that want to be transparent about the impact of their products simply lack the resources to do so. Duconomy is a Swedish impact tech that provides digital services to help consumers reduce the footprint generated by their consumption. With this in mind, Duconomy launched the 2030 Calculator, a tool allowing any brand to calculate the carbon footprint of their product. It cuts down on the time spent calculating from weeks to minutes, and the cost from thousands of dollars to no cost at all. The 2030 Calculator is an open platform where each brand that performs a calculation contributes their own emission data, enabling competitors to use the same data and methodology to calculate their product's carbon footprint. Because when facing the climate crisis, no brand has any competitors. And as a result, more brands have started calculating their products' carbon footprints to help establish an era of responsible production and consumption.
The next panel will revolve around how initiatives like the SDG Data Alliance, Blockchain for Impact, and the Climate Mind Pool can help speed up achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. Michael Melillo will moderate this session and introduce the panelists. He's the Director of Product Experience at Broadcom. Michael, thank you for joining us.
Hello and welcome everybody. My name is Mike Melillo and I'm honored to moderate this panel on accelerating action on the SDGs through data and technology. Just a little bit about me. I'm a research and development leader in Broadcom Software Group and spent my career creating digital products and services. And along the way, I've been blessed to work with groups like the Public Foundation, UNDP, and the Broadcom Foundation on my passion to digitally transform the social impact sector. We have a very special panel today, and they'll be sharing examples and insights on how they're activating data and leading edge technologies to accelerate the SDGs. I hope everyone watching can take some inspiration from what our panelists share, and you leave this panel with fresh ideas on how you can activate data and technology to accelerate the SDGs. So with that said, let's get to our distinguished panelists. So first, I want to recognize Dr. Vin Menon. Vin is a serial tech entrepreneur and leader in blockchain technologies. He's the co-founder of IBG Finance, CGCX, and BGBF. Also with us is Dr. Eva Marie Muller-Stuhler. Dr. Eva Marie is a brilliant mind in the area of artificial intelligence and is a chief data scientist and CTO of artificial intelligence at IBM. Also with us is Mick Thobo-Carlson. Mick is the CEO of Mindpool, which is a fascinating human intelligence platform that he'll talk more about. And also with us is Pat Cummins. She's Director of Government Strategy and Policy Solutions at Esri, who many of you know as the pioneer of GIS data systems. We'll start with you, Pat. Back in July, Esri, along with the UN, Kellogg Foundation, and the Public Foundation, announced the formation of the SDG Data Alliance to support and track developing countries' progress on the SDGs. Can you talk a little bit about how this effort helps reduce inequalities and accelerates action on the Sustainable Development Goals?
Thank you. I'd be happy to address that. I think many people believe that the SDG 10, or reducing inequality, is foundational to achieving all of the SDGs. And we believe at Esri that data and information are also foundational to addressing all of the SDGs. And we particularly believe that spatial data, or data on maps and visualized, is the way to turn that, is foundational to understanding and taking action. And so we've been working, but this isn't always easy for countries to do, to work with the spatial data. So we've been, since 2015, Esri's been working on ways to make this easier to address the SDG goals by developing an SDG technology platform. And this includes data and visualization and analytical tools. And what we've done is put that together in what we call an SDG hub. And this hub, now that we've been working with a number of different countries on this, and as that SDG hub pattern has evolved, we've identified that pattern, we can make it a much easier thing to deploy. And by working with the SDG Alliance, now that this pattern's been formed, we can really accelerate the adoption of this SDG hub technology platform to make it easier for more countries to embrace this technology and accelerate their own action. And the real beauty of this is that this hub technology, the SDG hub template, is really a repeatable, deployable pattern. So it's easier to deploy, but it's also adaptable and flexible to tailor it to the local needs of a country or a community. So I think that's a real powerful way that we anticipate seeing a rapid acceleration in addressing the SDGs in a very data-driven way.
That's excellent, Pat. Having watched that unfold over the years, I'm very excited to see it coming to fruition. Access to that data is essential for doing this work. Thank you. Let's go over to Vin. Vin, you're a veteran of the tech industry. You've created several disruptive technology companies, especially in blockchain. And just a general perspective from you, how these innovative new technologies can be a driver in achieving the SDGs. Your thoughts?
Yeah, so thank you, Michael, for having me here. And thank you, Stephen and Public Foundation for putting up this such a wonderful panel. So just to add into your point, your question, Web 3.0 is something what we talk about monetization of our efforts in the internet or in web. So technologies like AI, IoT, machine learning, as well as blockchain help to create such a platform for most of these disruptive technologies, and that will help people to monetize and create impact via innovative technologies. So I would say that the recent happening of Web 3.0 and rolling out of that in a mass scale in different different jurisdiction, different demographics, as well as platforms, is helping a lot of impact for SDG goals.
Great, thank you, Vin. It sounds like a lot of things have come together, moving beyond the commercial side of the internet and now serving the social good with these technologies.
That's right.
Mick, let's bring you in. The Climate Mind Pool was launched this week with the UNDP. Can you talk more about its objective, as well as how you see data helping us meet our climate goals?
Yeah, absolutely. So what we do here at Mind Pool is basically focusing on one, our tacit knowledge, our experience of climate change, and our predictions, our common ability to predict with our brains. That is basically what the brain is doing. It's predicting fears and dangers and helping us survive, basically. So what we have done with the UNDP is to build a platform where everybody on this planet are able to make their voice heard and provide input to any solution, any experience, and basically map out the issues we see with climate change. It's a very large project, and it's at least we're planning to make it an evergreen project. So it's supposed to be a platform where everybody can participate all through history, hopefully, and help people bring their experiences to the table instead of just the rational data, which is obviously also very important. But the the tacit knowledge that lies behind these experiences is basically what we do to predict everything that we do on an everyday basis. So if we map out all these experiences and the understanding of how the world really works, then we see a great opportunity to provide the data and the foundation for the UNDP to put pressure on government and decision makers all over the world.
Very interesting. So we had Pat talking about one layer of data, the sort of very factual layer of GIS data and so on, you bringing in human experience.
Exactly, and it was really, I was actually thinking that, I think it was really interesting to hear what Pat said about that. And I think the solution lies in the intersection of those two. It's not, we are not claiming to come up with all the answers, but there have been a tendency to only look at the rational data because that's much easier. That's facts. It's something we use in discussions, and we tell ourselves that the rational argument is always the best, which it might be from an objective point of view, but subjectively, we also know that there are people who don't believe in climate change, or people who are influenced by their emotions and by their local experiences. And we need to bring these people to the table so we can create the global or the collective solution for a very collective problem.
Well, that's great. It's actually a great segue to introduce Dr. Eva Marie as I think about sort of collective intelligence. Eva Marie, as a chief data scientist and CTO of artificial intelligence at IBM, you must think a lot about how AI is applied to these complex problems in the world. Is this a technology that you believe can be utilized for global development and achieving the SDGs?
Definitely, I think about it all the time. I am a strong believer in data science and AI, and similar to when we say we look at corporations, use data science and AI to make decisions better, faster, cheaper. And the same we see when we are following the SDGs and saying how can we actually do them? Where can we optimize the use of resources? Where can we cut waste? Where can we optimize education? I also believe that the discussion we currently have about diversity and bias is actually something that comes out from the data analytics in the past. We had the gut feeling of that, okay, this doesn't seem fair. Are they giving more loans to men than to women, or is healthcare actually equal? Or it depends on where you're coming from. And now with data science, we can actually say, here, we have the facts. You can look at the data. It is not an equal world. How can we fix it? So our past was run by gut feeling and by decisions of a few people. Data science and AI, if it used in the right way, can help us to make the world more, can help us to use resources in a more efficient way, cut down waste, protect our wildlife, and really support our SDGs.
That's excellent. So you've all set this up very well with different perspectives and how this converges together. I'll ask a few more questions and then maybe we can have some discussion. Pat, earlier you mentioned data mapping, geospatial data. Could you just explain a little bit more about what these terms mean and how governments can use that data to reduce the inequalities?
Sure. At the foundational level, geospatial data or geographic data is maps. It's data on maps, but now in our kind of modern time, it's just data on maps in a digital way. So we see them on our phones, we see them on our computer screen. We all use them probably on a day-to-day basis to route yourself to the coffee shop, your meeting, or whatever you need to find. But then businesses and governments use it on a day-to-day basis to run their operations. Where are their staff? Where are their vehicles? Mapping the natural resources, mapping populations and distributions. All these things can be mapped. And now with the GIS technology, we can overlay those in any combination that we want to answer the question that we're dealing with. So it's really this integrative foundational layer. And I love what Nick was talking about earlier. about the kind of the softer side of data, but we can actually map a lot of that too. We've seen this with COVID, where we can map kind of consumer sentiment, or we can map out where people are hesitant to get a vaccine. We can map out where we're finding those feelings through other mechanisms, so we can bring different kinds of data to really inform things. So in the traditional way, we might map poverty levels. We might map poverty levels and access to education. We might map gender equality and access to healthcare. We could map some of these things and other social variables that come in through kind of the sentiment. So we overlay these things, we start to see the patterns. We see the hotspots of need. Where is the need? So we can, in a data-driven way, act more efficiently to instigate interventions where they're going to make the biggest impact. So we really have a lot of flexibility with this platform. There's a lot of the hard data that's already that's available and can be mapped, and then there are other data sources that can come in from satellite imagery or personal surveys or other things. But this is just a powerful integrated platform that can be used as a tool to really progress toward the achievement of the SDGs. And it's really about turning data into knowledge and actionable information, and not just looking at data. And I think the other perspectives here on the panel are really kind of leading us down that path, and there's a role for spatial data in the whole AI mix as well.
It sounds like we're in this phase of helping governments or these other organizations actually take that step from just here's a platform and data to how to leverage that, how to actually put that to work.
Yeah, and that's what the SDG Data Alliance is all about too, that whole partnership, provide the platform and provide the capacity development capabilities to help teach them how to do this going forward, to make it a real sustainable tool to inform action.
Well, that's excellent. I think actually it's a good moment to bring Mick back into the conversation, to maybe if you could go a little deeper on this concept of collective intelligence, on the collective intelligence mindset, how that would be used to address the climate crisis, maybe building on what Pat was just talking about.
Basically to understand collective intelligence it's a very old term. We have examples all the way back from Aristotle, so that's before any of us were born. But as a science, it really started more than 100 years ago. So there's nothing new here, basically. And the whole claim is that we just think better collectively. We are better at predicting. We're better at guessing. We're better at a lot of things. Whereas you have a lot of rational knowledge that is that can be more specific in an individual. We have Einstein with a lot of brilliant minds in history, but collectively we are able to figure out solutions for different problems. And that is what we do for organizations and companies as a company. So when we heard about this UNDP project, we thought, let's see if we can apply this globally. I know globally is a big word, but to as many people as possible, and come up with patterns and data that is basically based on people's experiences. In that, we don't know what we're going to find in that, but we know that in the data of experience, if you like, we can find very interesting things. We can at least find a lot of great ideas for what can be changed and how we can influence policymakers. I think one of the biggest issues in this whole situation that we're in is that we actually need to do something. It's not as the last technological revolution where we had a new technology that made things better and cooler and smarter. Now we are actually in a situation where we need to do something. Otherwise, we'll go extinct. So if we need to do these things, we need to push the policymakers. We need to create a better path for private organizations. They obviously all want to make more money, so we need to find out new ways to make money in this new world. But I think we are on the brink of a green revolution, and for that we need the input of the masses.
Very interesting.
I don't know if that answered your question.
I mean, well, it's a great overview of it. I would love to understand more about how people onboard into a platform, participate into a platform like this. How do we harness what they know and apply that? Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, obviously it would be very nice to have hundreds of millions of people in the direct conversations for hours and hours, but that's not possible. So what we do is basically we ask questions that are founded on the research on collective intelligence, and then we use algorithms, NLP, all kinds of tools to come out with the best ways of finding patterns in this data. We start with very simple questions to basically get people used to the idea, but my idea, and hopefully it will turn into a tool, an app you have on your phone where you constantly answer questions depending on if you, let's say, if the UNDP is doing a water project in Nigeria, we need some local knowledge. So we need to find people who are either living there or have been involved in other water projects. This is just an example I came up with. So we need input from different groups of people. And in the background, we kind of group people into these bubbles where we can use the input for these specific things. So it's more related to simple issues that we need input on. And so I guess you can say we want to build a platform that the UNDP or the UN ultimately can use to do what they do and hopefully do it better.
Oh, that helped quite a bit. Kind of getting specifically into that, you could see how that would work. Well, related to that, you have a lot of points of input here. Ava Marie, I know you've looked a lot into the ethics of AI. Could you talk a bit about where some of the risks are that we should be aware of as we, embrace these things, and your thoughts on how we can safely leverage these technologies?
Yes, as much as there are possible upsides of using data science, AI, blockchain, and so on, there are a lot of risk. The first risk that we see at the moment is pretty much 95% of all data science and AI projects fail. They never go into full deployment. They start with a smart idea with a complete waste of energy and resources of people crunching numbers, building completely oversized algorithms. Some of the algorithms run the power consumption of New York per month. And the question is, do they really deliver the impact that you need from that question? That is the first risk, that if you start without a strategy, if you start with bad data, biased data, if you have no MLOps procedure and you're never able to move out of the proof of concept phase into a full deployed solution, if you have no change management around it, your solution will fail, and that's a complete waste. At the best case, it can be harmful and wrong as well. So there are risks of loss of IP, there are risks of reputational losses or financial losses, and so on. The other problem that we see is that data science and AI can also be an accelerator of injustice. So when you build an AI solution that looks at past CVs who was successful in their career at Supreme Court, and you don't properly, you will only end up with white male being suggested for these positions, because in the past the data feeding into it was only white males. So we have to be really careful that when we use these solutions, that they're actually not biased, that they're fair. We also have to make sure they're transparent, so that every data science and AI solution has a fact sheet where it's clear what data was trained on and what is it suitable for. a banking model that works on your behavior in the USA might not work in the Middle East, because if it considers a weekends, our weekend is Friday, Saturday, and not Saturday, Sunday. So it might not be easily translatable. People also have a right now to ask, why am I, if I'm being touched by an AI solution? So for example, if I have not been promoted, or if I have been promoted, my salary decisions more and more are based on AI solutions. University admission, all of that, do I get a loan or not? These solutions nowadays need to be explainable. As much as previously, when you ask, why did I not get the loan? Why did I not get into university? There need to be a better answer than, oh, the model said so. And that is actually as easy as it sounds, very complicated thing, or can be very complicated to build. And the different explanation on how the models came up with the decision can actually contradict each other. The other 2 points that is really important with AI is that it has to be robust. It cannot easily be tampered with. If you're sitting in a car and it, the speed limit is 20 and somebody takes some tape and turns the 20 into 120, you want to make sure your car doesn't just speed up. And that also the data of the people is protected. That when AI solution travels borders, travels countries, that your own information doesn't leave the group of people that it was meant to be for. So there are many issues we face in building trustable AI. Just the excuse, I don't know why, but it looks like the model made a decision, is not good enough. And we have to really make sure that our AI that we use is not increasing the unfairness and injustice we have in the world, but actually helps us to fight it and make the world more equal.
Well, that was very helpful. One of the themes of this conversation, it seems that technology has created this mess, and technology might save us from it at the same time. I wanted to talk to Vin about a point that Mick brought up around business, and so in 2020 there was a $1.7 trillion gap in funding the SDGs, and clearly that's not a gap that governments will close alone. How do you thread the business models of your companies to have societal impact, and maybe recommendations for others?
Very interesting question, Michael. Let me share with you. Okay, so I'll summarize with the analogy, right? So there is this person coming to me and saying that, you know what, I need to raise $100 for this ABC cost, right? The first thing I would ask is, okay, these are the people you can go for, 1, 2, 3. The second thing I would ask is, tell me, what is your budget for raising $100? So the immediate thing would be probably $60 is what the cost of raising $100. So, okay, let me help you with, my contribution would be, let me help you with decreasing the root cost, or the $60 to $10 using technology. So that itself enhance the value of what the overall contribution will be good. So for this question, I have the similar answer. It will be a two-pronged approach. One, there are a lot of impact funds, which is historically performing much, much better than normal private equity funds, right? So we should be tapping into impact funds. So I am personally involved with a couple of them based out of Asia as well. So these are the opportunities where we are getting, and it's creating impact, creating value at the same time, increasing stakeholder value as well. The second aspect of it is like deploying technologies like blockchain, which can create, tokens and incentivization mechanisms, which automatically reduces the, the cost of, the root cause of these 1.72 trillion gap. So these two-pronged approach would be my take in a scenario like this. Governments cannot alone handle that kind of a gap.
Very helpful. All right, so we covered a lot of ground. We have an audience of media and technology folks, and so I'll open it up to see if anybody has any advice generally for them around how to activate around these technologies, how to activate around data towards the sustainable development goals. Open to anyone.
I would like to at least say that I very much agree with what Eva Marie just said, that it's so dangerous to look at data and believe that that's the truth. We call what we do a decision support system, which is very important in the sense that the data as such is a dangerous tool because it kind of projects what we call an objective truth. But the more we listen to the political debates and the more we look at how the world is actually working, it doesn't seem like there is an objective truth. It's more a matter of how you can sell your argument, how you can sell your political strategic arguments. So the data is something that should be handled very carefully, and is something that definitely needs to go through real people to make these decisions. But then it can be the most amazing tool that we have, because it actually tells us something about how the world is turning.
If I may, I would add in that the data is really powerful, but I think that a lot of people don't have access to it or don't understand it. And I think we have platforms now that we can take, we have technology to make what we call story maps, and it helps people take the data from the raw data to put the narrative around it, to put the local voices together with the data and visualize that in maps and things where people can look at their community, they can understand what's going on in that community. And the governments and other organizations are using this technology to tell the stories, to make it real for people. And I think this is certainly something that the media can, and many media outlets are gravitating to this approach to making the data more transparent, more understandable. Telling the stories of the SDG successes will spur more successes in this. So I encourage them to engage in this way. I know there are many, many resources on the web. We've got a lot of our examples on sdg.org, where you can see some of the early adopter countries that have been using this kind of technology to better communicate about the progress of the SDGs and share the data. And the last point I'll make is we're also taking this model, this strategy we've been implementing, working at the national government at the country level, and we're looking at applying that at subnational levels, working with states, working with local communities, whether it's governments or the civic society, also engaging in this. This technology is opening the doors to so many more people to get involved.
I would like to add to Pat's point. One big advice that I have is don't start with the data. We have the goals already there. Then make clear you understand the strategy, and you build a strategy, how to use the data, how you use the technology to actually have a data strategy, a digital strategy that supports the overall strategy. Maybe you find use cases where things are working together, that you can solve one or support one goal with another goal. And that's where I often see data science projects lacking, that they didn't start with a clear how to make an impact. What is a clear strategy behind it? And then make sure whatever you build, that you can build it in an ethical way. If you realize that the project you're building, you don't have data that you can actually build it unbiased. Either think about how you can find that data or change that project. If it's not trustworthy, if it's not ethical, change the course and try to fix it, or don't. But that should be right at the beginning and not an afterthought. A lot of people always think that SDGs projects and so on are not generating profit. That is also a myth, where you can say, no, actually we can support our SDG and have a positive financial ROI. So find these projects to get people on board. I think that is my key main advice that I actually like to give is think about how you can do it ethical, and how you can build the models that you can trust them.
Excellent. Well, that was a wonderful way to wrap it up, as you guys kind of brought this to be more human-centric, and also talking about how, well, it's really the future economy is wrapped up in these SDGs, and there are ways to bring all of that together. I want to thank you all for your time, and I encourage everyone who watching this to go research what these organizations are doing. As Pat said, SDG.org, another great source for seeing examples of how data is being activated towards the SDGs. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for this.
Thank you.
The next chat takes us to Latin America to show us the power of journalism and its role in tackling the most pressing issues in this region. Estefania Grajales from Public Foundation will moderate this session. She'll be joined by Linho Ramirez, Director of Content and Operations at Grupo de Diarios de América, a consortium of 11 newspapers in Latin America, which promotes democratic values and an independent and free press. Linho, thank you for being here.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us today in this amazing fireside chat that we are about to start about impactful journalism in Latin America. And today I'm pleased to introduce you Linho Ramirez, the Content and Operations Director of the GDA, El Grupo de Diarios de América, which has been a crucial partner of Public in the last year, working precisely to use the power and empowers the power of media to tackle the most pressing issues that the region is facing. And now with COVID pandemic, that these are increasing. So I'm really, really happy to have you today, Linho, today with us. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Estefania, for inviting me today to this conversation to share with you the challenges that we have faced together as media during the almost 2 years of the COVID-19 pandemic.
Yeah, so as we know, like for sure, COVID hit us and it brings a lot and brought a lot of challenges to the region, to Latin America, and of course, the way that journalism is doing its work, right? So to start this and to start the conversation, I would like to ask you, how has been the process for the GDA to cover what is happening in the last year with the COVID pandemic? What has changed? What are the main takeaways that the 11 newspapers that you gather as GDA are facing or faced in the last months covering this pandemic?
Sure. Well, during this period, our 11 media members have been very active, providing abundant information about the origin of the spread of this formerly unknown virus at the beginning, of course, and then about how to avoid and manage the coronavirus disease, and also the health crisis that grew out of control and that changed our way of living and working since the beginning of 2020. We have been following closely how the authorities have handled this very unusual situation in each country where we have presence, from Mexico to Argentina. And together as a media group, we have not only shared breaking news and updates, but also developed special collaborative features on different aspects of the pandemic. We also launched a regional poll in alliance with the digital market research company Tendencias Digitales that we are still running this year to collect data about how the population has been affected by COVID-19 in Latin America and how their lives and consumer habits have changed because of the pandemic. Last year, we launched the second stage of a media credibility campaign also that started in 2019 to fight against the rising of misinformation, fake news, and repeated attacks against media, carrying a message of for our audiences to stay home while our journalistic teams were out in the field looking for the news and the information that they needed during the quarantine months. Our campaign slogan was "Stay home, stay well informed." Truthful information is as important as the air you breathe. And we said that in the moment when our leading media brands became actually the most reliable sources of information about this deadly disease in the region, creating an unusual surge of traffic to our digital platforms and the rise of readership and subscriptions. During this complex situation, we reaffirmed that staying close to our communities and providing them with trustable news, compelling content, and the best possible service journalism has been most important than ever to help ourselves and to others to overcome the enormous impact of this pandemic.
Sure, and thank you so much for sharing that. Like, we have been pretty close to you, like knowing all the things, all amazing things that you have been doing during the years. And for sure, those many projects or activities or changes that you have to implement thanks to the pandemic brought a lot of takeaways and learnings for sure. So I would like to ask you, like, for the group, for the 11 newspapers that you have with you, like, what have been the biggest learnings that you has as media group that you think will help you to foster like impactful journalism in the future? Like, which are those things that you think, okay, this is the learning that for sure we are going to continue implementing in the future for more challenges that for sure we are going to have as society? What do you think are what have been what are these key learnings that you had?
Okay, let me tell you a little bit about GDA. First, the Grupo de Diarios América was founded in 1991 as a consortium of leading newspapers in Latin America to collaborate in journalism and business projects. Today, we're a unique network of 11 publishers, which both newsroom leaders and news creators, as well as savvy business managers, are constantly sharing knowledge and best practices to help each other to do their work better. Today, GDA is integrated by La Nación in Argentina, O Globo in Brazil, El Mercurio in Chile, El Tiempo in Colombia, La Nación in Costa Rica, La Prensa Gráfica in El Salvador, El Universal in Mexico, El Comercio in Peru, El Nuevo Día, Puerto Rico, El País in Uruguay, and El Nacional in Venezuela. This year, we are actually celebrating the 30th anniversary of GDA with a special series of collaborative features, interviews, and multi-platform campaigns that ratify our commitment to support media independency and freedom of expression and the press as fundamental values to support and strengthen democracy in the region. We are committed to continue holding accountable all responsible parties in our societies with independent and quality journalism. That's the only way to make our work better, requesting transparency and access to information to all possible sources to fulfill our tasks of keeping our audiences well informed so our citizens can take educated decisions about their lives, their communities, and their countries.
Perfect. Thank you. Now, like, all the things we have discussed has been like how has been the pandemic, hovering the pandemic, and all the challenges that you had in the previous months. Now, like, we are starting this process of recovery. For sure, Latin America is in this process to recovery after the pandemic in many terms, in economics, in the society, in health, in education. Like, many challenges are ahead of us now on. So I would like to ask you, what do you think? Like, what is the role that media has to play in this recovery process that we are about, or we are already in Latin America?
Well, Estefania, the media plays a crucial role, being the watchdog of power all over the world. And that is a huge responsibility that we at GDA assume with the highest standards of ethics and good journalism. We have witnessed and reported the history and the transformation of Latin America, as well as the evolution of our own industry as media. And we are continuously discovering and investigating what is relevant for our audiences. And at the same time, we are constantly adapting our business models to help our media outlets survive so we can continue being of service and reaching out to our readers wherever they are. For those reasons, we keep following every relevant news event, from elections to corruption scandals, social, economic, and environmental issues, as well as culture, sports, arts, education, technology, and every other topic related to our society's well-being and development. And those topics are always part of our editorial planning every year.
Perfect. And actually, we are approve of that. Like, we have been working, and for all of us, all of you that are watching with the GDA, we started this amazing partnership around 1 year ago, like, where we were working in an amazing project called Latinos Unidos, when actually we joined these forces to say, okay, we need to continue showcasing and let the audiences and society these challenges that the region is facing. So now over a year, we have been working to highlight and bring this data, this proven data that actually now that we have to fight like fake news. So this was a way of bringing the resources, the data from UN to inform audiences. And we work to showcase how the region is in inequality, how it's in mental health. Now we are working, or we just work in an amazing thing around climate change that is like the latest news and challenge that we had. So I would like to ask you, what do you think about this partnership? Why do you do it? Like, why the GDA found interested on working with us and continue doing your job, but now with our support for the region?
Well, strategic alliances have always been very important for us, for GDA, throughout the history of the organization. And our members have always developed strong relationships with multilateral, regional, national, and local entities in each country, as well as NGOs, think tanks, and universities. And in this particular case of the alliance that we have reinforced with the United Nations Development Program, with the support of PVBLIC, to work together in the Latinos Unidos project has allowed us to foster that collaboration, right? To report on key regional issues, and especially those related to the Sustainable Development Goals. We have worked, as you said, so far to create special editorial features on the state of the inequality in the region, presenting the latest statistics on poverty, education, gender representation, access to basic services like water, energy, and health, among other indicators. And this year, we have produced two relevant features on very important topics like mental health and now the climate change. And we're so looking forward to continue on this collaboration for the upcoming months or years, hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully years, and all the partners that we have. I'm pretty excited, and all the people that is close to PVBLIC and this event and the other initiatives that we have are like pretty looking forward to continue, because definitely right now, more than ever, it's when we need like this impactful journalism that is with quality, like as you mentioned, like it has the best information, has the right and accurate information to inform, and more in this recovery process that we are about to start. So, or like that we are going right now. So again, thank you so much. Thank you so much for this space. Looking forward to continue working with you, and to all of you that are watching, we invite you to be like ready for more impactful job and work done between the both of us. And thank you so much, and see you next time.
Thank you.
The case that you're going to see next won this year in the One Show, in the design experiential category. Again, talking about brilliant solutions. Winning case studies in this space are those that are actually changing something that could have been done better. And this case study, it's all about that. And it's not just about that, it's about something that I'm absolutely fascinated and obsessed with, which is the notion of regeneration, how we can give a second life to existing materials. Let's take a look.
H&M has democratized fashion to the world. But with great fashion clout comes great responsibility. Right now, 87% of clothing ends up as landfill. In its mission to change this, H&M introduced Loop, the world's first in-store garment-to-garment recycling system. Developed by the Hong Kong Research Institute of Textiles and Apparel and the H&M Foundation, Loop remakes your old garments over 8 steps. Fabric is shredded back into fibres, spun into yarn before it's knitted into something new, without water or chemicals. This story of transformation begins at H&M's flagship store in Stockholm. A striking yarn installation leads customers up into the remake space. An app connects customers with a loop to configure their remake order, selecting size and garment design, to turn old into new right in front of their eyes. In fact, anyone can watch Loop recycle and discover the process within as it unravels over 8 immersive screens. Art to explain the science. ASMR sounds heighten the garment's transformation. A website shares Loop's story with the world, with a group of inspiring changemakers kickstarting the recycling revolution.
It's not about just getting rid of what's old and what doesn't work, but it's about leaning into the potential of what can happen when you make something brand new.
Times to remake were booked up by the public within minutes, for months in advance. But Loop in Stockholm is just the beginning. With the technology made available to the entire industry, and the word spread, to help us all change how we see our old garments. Not as waste, but as a resource.
We've talked about so many things so far today, including the importance of creativity, the digital divide, impactful journalism in Latin America, data and its power to achieve the SDGs. Now we're going to talk about media and fashion with a panel that explores how media can better empower and amplify those that are transforming the fashion sector for people and the planet. Lucy Brigham, Chief of Office at the United Nations Office for Partnerships, will moderate this session and introduce you to the panelists. Lucy, welcome to the SDG Media Summit.
So hello, I'm Lucia Brigham, and I have the pleasure of moderating the panel on how media amplifies the new era of fashion. And I'm joined today by 3 women with strong voices within the fashion industry. We have Kerry Bannigan, we have Sheena Butler-Young, and we have Sarah Maino. Kerry is the Executive Director of Fashion Impact Fund, and she also created the Conscious Fashion Campaign. Sheena is the Senior Business Correspondent at the Business of Fashion, and Sarah is a Head of Special Projects at Vogue Italia. She's also heading Vogue Talent. Welcome to all of you. And let me start. Hello.
Hi,
everyone.
Lucy. Hi, everyone.
Hi, Sheena.
Hi.
So let me start by saying that the fashion industry is uniquely positioned to really help achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. And we have heard a lot about goals today, right? So it has the fashion industry has a global reach, and it is driven by creativity and innovation. And in recent years, we have seen a shift away from harmful practices and a greater support for the goals. And within the next 20 minutes, we will be exploring how the media amplifies the voices transforming the fashion sector. We will talk about the women social entrepreneurs who are leading solutions that address critical issues of today. Women that play a big role in shaping the new era of fashion. And before giving floor to all of you, to the 3 of you, I would like to thank everyone who is joining the conversation and who is listening to us today. I would like to start with Kerry. So Kerry, recent research by the Global Media Monitoring Project suggests that only 25% of persons heard, read about, or seen in the news are women. So question to you is, what responsibility do you believe the media has in driving more fair representation and inclusion?
Thank you.
Floor is yours.
Thank you. To me, and I'm sure everyone sitting here, audience and panelists, we really understand that media and advertising have such powerful influence that actually shapes our societal beliefs and cultural perceptions. Media as a sector plays such a critical role in driving fair representation and inclusion. And specifically, they're the key to shifting the narrative on gender equality and being able to amplify the visibility of women. I think as well, when we take a step back and we see what we're seeing in content today, we need to remember that we want media to reflect women's realities and the norms that we all experience compared to what we see in a lot of content. And as citizens and consumers, what we are taking in and reading and viewing and consuming via all forms of media, it shapes our thoughts and actions. And so I would love to see the media sector truly understand the responsibility that they have and to highlight more of the women driving change in fashion across all forms of media. I want to see the statistic you just shared with us completely change and increase, where we're seeing the trailblazers that are advocating for a new world. And for me, I specifically want to see these women that are advocating for a new paradigm in fashion. You know, where they're looking for that new era in fashion. And to me, that's one where we're leading an inclusive, equitable, and resilient world.
Thank you so much. Now, building on this and moving to Sheena. So how do you see the role of media in amplifying women social entrepreneurs that are driving a change in the fashion sector, right? This is, you're writing about it, you know what is needed. So what do you think that is, the strongest force here?
Yeah, no, thank you, Lucy. And following up, just as Carrie said so beautifully earlier, media has evolved a lot in the last couple decades. And I think sometimes we complicate the edict that we have, and it's really not much different than what it's always been. Media has an agenda setting function, right? We have this responsibility, we have this obligation, and I like to think we have a privilege to be able to tell people who and what they should be thinking about. And sometimes we get to put a little extra sauce, I like to say, on that by simply, in the days of newspaper, if you put something in the cover of the newspaper, it meant it was urgent, right? Now in digital channels, if you put it at the top of the screen, when you go to our homepage, it says, hey, you should be thinking about this. This deserves your attention. I think that's frankly what it is. Media, journalists like myself should be leaning into these narratives. It's a part of our responsibility. It's an inherent part of what we do. I think we should challenge ourselves to think about these issues holistically. Are we digging hard enough to find the diversity where it exists? If we're thinking about something like climate change, who are the voices driving it? Is it the same, dare I say it, men that have been dominating the industry for the past 50 years, or do we need to be looking for those underrepresented voices and bring them to the fore? I think it's both the challenge and the mandate, meaning it's difficult but yet required of us.
Excellent, thank you so much. And do you see, like, just follow-up question, do you see any shift recently? Do you see any positive flags flying within the media sector?
Yeah, I do. I think a lot of what has happened in the past 2 years with the pandemic has forced a lot of introspection that sort of bled out of one thing. This is a global health crisis, but it's forced a lot of us to think differently about our jobs. I think it's forced a lot of introspection around diversity and inclusion. I personally have felt the challenge in the newsroom to think differently about sourcing stories, about the stories that should be the news of the day. Media is inherently, it has to be a viable business. There's a lot of interest in, we have to generate traffic, we have to generate subscriptions, we have to engage with readers. And sometimes we might lose track of what are the meaningful stories behind that it's not just the headline. It's what is the story that needs to be told. I think a lot of us are feeling now that we need to lean more into meaning, especially in the wake of, I want to say the wake of, we're still in COVID, right? But in a pandemic times, I think we're thinking a lot more seriously about impact and meaningful impact. And I feel that in the newsroom for sure.
Okay, thank you so much for sharing this. Now let's move to Sarah. Sarah, throughout your career, you have scouted incredible talent, through fashion, and the talent has been showcased in Vogue Italia and Vogue Talents. You, just to quote, you are known as a high-power force that is genuinely looking for designers who can revolutionize the market. So based on your experience, how can spotlighting women leaders influence the fashion sector? And when you look at the title of this panel, right, the new era of fashion, what do you understand by that? So it's a two-part question.
Okay. Oh, thank you. I think I'm going to do a general answer that can get the answer to your two questions. Well, I mean, in these years, I have to say that, scouting for creatives and, supporting the new generation was a matter really to see pure talent around the world. And it was more a general seeing of the talent and not looking really who was not seeing, if it's women, men. I mean, it wasn't about the color of the skin, it was about talent. So it really came out that in the end, I mean, when we do events and we scouted for those talents, it was really kind of a big family that came out from every different countries, every different roots and, cultural backgrounds. So I think, I mean, the fact of women that haven't been kind of highlighted in the past years, it was just a matter of a system that was, partially wrong, because I mean, I don't want to go now about feminism and, all what we have been obviously fighting for, but I think that right now the world is really ready to have all those meaning projects that have a value and have a vision and have a message to it. And I think this is the most, really important aspect of it. And I have to say, I mean, I've been in the industry for many years, and myself, I mean, I never put myself in the position to say, are there enough women, representing determined, sectors. I was just, looking really at the talent and about people wanting to give a message. And then in the end, on the table, yes, there was, a lack of women, but it wasn't about the lack of women in the vision and the ideas that they have, but it was about the visibility. Because then, if you have to look at, the big companies, I mean, even in my company, which maybe they listen to this, they're not very happy, but I have to say that, I look around and the most important positions are partially men and not women. So why is this happening? It's about, because I mean, sometimes it's not about the position, but it's about the message. And I think that right now, with all, what we have been living in the last year about the pandemic and about also what happened last year for all the, Black Lives Matter. I mean, there has been really a strong sensibilization about really the power of having rights in the world. And it's also for women, which is, so I think we have to really, at this point, give a general overview of the messages that we want to give, and think about that, if there are women that are outside, they need to be listened. And sometimes, I mean, I think it's not just a matter of the position, because we still sometimes stick to the fact why in big companies, in big positions, they're just men, and just say that maybe the women that are in those companies do much more, and it's just about the title. So I think it's really envisioning and strengthening more the message that people want to give. And I have to say, I mean, I'm in the last year, I've been in many panels, and it happens to be like Carrie, in this case, that there are women bringing out this kind of, platforms, projects that want to empower not just women, but talent and people that really want to change, the world and make it a better place and envision it in a better way.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. So that leads very nicely. It's a good segue to the next question that I have, that is for all of you. And the question is, what are, from your perspective, the barriers that prevent women from being better represented in the media and advertising, especially those women that are advancing change in fashion? So we have touched upon that a bit, but I would like you to go a bit deeper into this question. Can we start with Carrie?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think I'm going to echo a little bit both here of what Sheena and Sarah have said. And, for this, the barrier a lot of the time is it's not about the lack of talent that's out there, whether it's people leading innovations, education programs, solutions, design. It's actually lack of access and visibility to them. Is it that they're so on the ground in their region doing the work that they're not also having the money? And if they do, it's not in their margins to be spending for SEO, to be found on Google, or marketing budgets. They're actually doing the work, and they're also a lot of change that we see when we think of those driving change around the world, they're not necessarily in all the big cities. So they're not attending events, or they're not always on panel discussions. You're not seeing about their work. And so it's about now we've got to come together and really understand we have to look outside of our streets and our communities, find out who is doing and actually driving this real change. And with that, then get very educated about what they're doing, empower their voices, enhance the visibility, and overall just amplify the leadership that they are trying to drive to see the change.
So is it from bottom up or top down, or both?
I think it's, I'm going to say we're going to go across here, right? Because not only are things prevented at the top, we see things in leadership staying to what they know, who they know, referring positions and opportunities within their same community. But at the end of the day, some of these causes that are doing incredible work are very localized to their region. They don't even know what the opportunities are out there in media and advertising.
Thank you. Sarah, the same question to you. What do you think are the challenges or opportunities, right, that we have here to shift the paradigm?
I totally agree with what Carrie said. It's obviously, it's not just about the talent here, it's, about the system. So it's a system that really needs to think about, now, probably I'm going to say something not so, because they've been using it, but like, for example, the fact of diversity inclusion, which I think it's something fundamental. But then when we begin to use these words so much, what are the meanings in the end? Because in the end, why are we talking about diversity inclusion? Because in a way, we're already kind of putting it in a box, and instead it has to be a natural way. Obviously we have to fight because this is not happening, but it cannot always be about diversity inclusion. It has to be, it has to be a normal process of life. And obviously then when, you have to do fights and rights, you have to give a statement. And so obviously diversity and inclusion is the right statement to say, but sometimes I say, do we still need to say this? Because if we're still saying this and underlining this, it means that we are still not obtaining, the result in the end. Because, if we're in 2021 and still speaking about this, there's still a problem. And now I'm kind of still angry because last 2 days ago in Italy, it happened a terrible thing, because the law to support the LGBT and, to give rights has been abolished. So it's been like a kind of a very black day for Italy, and considering that it's the only country in Europe that still doesn't give rights, to those people that are, it's not just even about LGBT, or it's about the rights to people. So, if we're still here discussing this, there's a problem. And regarding women, I think it's just a matter that, people really need to give voice to those people that really want to make a change. So in the end, it's a system. I know it seems a little bit of a naive, conversation to do, but really we're still here trying to obtain results, which should be part of our, daily lives. So I completely also agree with what Carrie was saying.
No, you have touched upon some very important things, and let me just sum it up a little bit before I give the floor to Sheena. So, yes, I always find it astonishing that we are talking about elementaries, right? Like this year at this epoch, that we are talking about inclusion and diversity, and I'm very happy that I'm glad that you have expanded it from women to all, to being very inclusive and seeking the equal access to media, and highlighting and lifting up all minorities and communities equally, not just women. But what Carrie says and what you resonated is that it has to be organic process, right? There is something that is not right, because we are talking about having conversations, but it still is on this relatively theoretical, hypothetical level frequently. And what Carrie mentioned is that we need to look at it within the communities, really find the shining stars and those that are revolutionizing the status quo or shaking up the status quo on communities, but also we need to engage the global brands, right, to get the scale. And now, with that, Sheena, anything to add on this? Like, what are the challenges and opportunities to really shake it up?
Sure. I mean, I think I would say Carrie and Sarah said it quite well. A lot of this is really systemic. It boils down to, who gets to start a business in the first place, right? That's the first barrier. And then, when you think about something like publicizing whatever work you're doing, PR is expensive. Who can afford that? Some people doing some of the most meaningful work can't always afford to publicize it. And if you are able to find publicity for the cause that you picked up or the work that you're doing, do you have the mentorship, the resources and support to have impactful conversations that walk away with the story that you want to be told? That's not easy. That takes guidance, that takes support at a very systemic level. And some women probably aren't even getting their business off the ground because of those hurdles to begin with. They are not positioned to even start the business or start the cause that they want to have or to get behind. The other thing I think is just the new systems themselves. I would echo Sarah and say maybe this isn't the nicest thing for me to say as a journalist myself, but we are a part of a system that sometimes inherently prevents the coverage of very meaningful stories. And this is not specific to any one brand, but we are on deadlines. We are perpetually on deadlines. We are beholden to things like traffic and subscriptions and, engagement on social media. And sometimes those can deter us from chasing meaningful stories, stories that are impacting underrepresented communities, because maybe they're not the audience that's reading or clicking on some of our social channels, at least we think. And also sustainability, especially, and a few of these other issues, but climate change, they're very tough topics to cover, right? About 7 or 10 years ago, when everyone started talking about fashion's waste problem in a huge way, you saw a lot of brands emerge and say that they were sustainable. You saw a lot of traditional brands start to put forward sustainable goals and start to launch sustainable arms of the business. And, at some point, I think in the last 3 years, a lot of us said sustainability means everything, yet nothing at all. Like, no one really understands what they're writing about when they try to cover a sustainable brand. Companies have gotten crafty around using phrases like eco-conscious and environmentally friendly. And that really challenges a thoughtful journalist when they want to tell stories that are fact-driven, that they can stand behind and say, I get this is sustainable, this is a great cause, this is a conscious cause. It's very hard to cover, and that can be a deterrent in and of itself. And so I think a lot of this is systemic. It takes pushing and pulling on both sides. It's not a one size fits all solution.
Okay, thank you so much. And I would love to have a follow-up question to you. But before I do that, I would like to plug in Carrie. Carrie, how do you, to what Sheena just said, right? There's a lot of noise. There's a lot of going on. There's perhaps a lot of confusion as well within the sector. How do you see the role, like what can the Sustainable Development Goals provide here? And what do you see have happened around within the industry, within the fashion industry since the launch of the SDGs?
So the Sustainable Development Goals to me have always presented this opportunity as this unified language, especially in a space, to exactly what Sheena said, that people need that framework and the guidelines. And it gets scary. It's as simple as that. People are frightened to cover the wrong thing. People were getting behind, journalists were getting behind all these brands, and then all of a sudden finding out greenwashing came into play. And that then stopped journalists covering. They weren't sure where to go. The Sustainable Development Goals, although are not the only framework, and they're not going in there and auditing businesses and brands, but it is providing this unified language where this North Star that I hear a lot of people in this sector talk about, and how they can look to this and start saying, as a very visual industry also, hey, yes, I get it now. Icon SDG 5, gender equality, and 12 for consumption. And it just keeps going through. And I think there has been that shift over the last few years. I mean, the Sustainable Development Goals came into play in 2015. I do think it took the fashion sector a little bit longer to really embrace those. And it's still in that period of learning. But the Sustainable Development Goals definitely provide this stepping stone for education and connection for the industry to talk.
Thank you so much. Perfectly said. Sarah, anything to add to this?
No, I think, I mean, very clear. And I also do think that going back, to the sustainable goals and also the fact about sustainability, which is another word that lately has lost kind of its meaning. I think that like for media, it's also about how to communicate in the language, because here at this table tonight, we know what we are talking about, but outside, our consumers, our readers do not even have the slightest idea where to begin from, to really understand how they can buy more responsible, or how they can be more responsible. So the sustainable goals are fundamental, because in a way, all of them have a meaning, and that meaning is very clear. So it also helps out to understand for people that don't really know where to start, to see brands that have these sustainable goals that obviously they are recognized by the most important recognition of the system. They can understand at least in which direction they're going, because it's fundamental that media really uses a language understandable. And right now we're still not on that track, because everybody still talk too complicated, and consumers do not really understand in which direction to go or where to buy. So obviously all these, the goals are fundamental to make it more clear. It's not the solution, but it's a very clear direction of brands and recognition.
Okay, thank you so much. And let's move to the last round of questions. Let me start with both Sheena and you, Sarah. So during the New York Fashion Week in September, the next phase of the Conscious Fashion campaign was launched, right? It was done in collaboration. It was headed by Carrie, of course, and it was done in collaboration with the PVBLIC Foundation and with the United Nations Office for Partnerships. And the campaign aims to increase the visibility of fashion-focused women social entrepreneurs. And it will showcase their work in global billboard and digital campaigns, right? Exactly helping to fill the gap, like bridge the gap that exists here, that we have discussed today. So both of you, Sheena and Sarah, you are members, you have joined the advisory committee of the Conscious Fashion Campaign, New York edition, especially like Sheena. What do you think is from your perspective as a committee member, what do you think, what do you hope to achieve by providing a platform for women social entrepreneurs in fashion? What do you think the value is here?
Well, first, I just want to say thank you to Carrie for the work that she's doing and for thinking of me. It is my honor and privilege to be a part of this committee. There's a few things. I think primarily the women that are doing such meaningful work, I hope that they feel inspired. They themselves feel like they get that nudge that they need to keep going. The pandemic has been so tough on women in particular. I know there are so many of us with passion projects and causes that we want to pick up, such as sustainability and gender equality and things like that. And we're may have been forced on the sidelines. I think this work that elevates and amplifies the voices of women that are doing meaningful things should inspire others to maybe take the step of getting off the sideline and getting in the game, and maybe taking on that passion project that makes a difference. For the industry, I hope that it gets us a little bit beyond kind of kicking the can down the road and really start doing the extra work on our part to find the voices that need to be heard and bring them to the fore, to find the causes that we should be covering and in a holistic way cover them. I think those are the big things that I hope that we can accomplish.
Thank you so much. Sarah, you have joined the advisory committee as well. Why? What do you think is the value here? What do you hope to accomplish?
Well, first of all, thank you again, Carrie, for thinking about me. And I think my accomplishment is the fact of, I always say that, the fashion industry has its pros and its contras, but the fact is about always learning, and get knowledge of new things and also accomplish, goals. So for me, it's about obviously also creating a system, because even Carrie is doing this to create a system, because when you create a system and you are, you're a group of people which obviously each of us represents, an industry or even the same industry. But I think it's always about the group. It's not just, one women's show or one man show, as you say, but it's also what's behind it. And what's behind it, there's so much. And so we have really, I always feel very responsible because I have the opportunity to be in one of the, most important media. So I feel responsible about, giving voices and giving visibility to these women, to these projects. And I think it's a responsibility, and I'm really happy to have it. And it's always about, giving and not taking. And this is something I think it's fundamental. And this is probably the main pillar, of this project. This is how I see it. And I think it's a meaningful, statement, and obviously giving visibility in New York, in Times Square and all of that. It's an impact, because this is also what we need. Communication in media and putting the face, it's really the beginning, because then people can get curious to see really what's behind it.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's certainly cool and impactful, and it sends a strong message. The billboard looked fantastic. So Kerry, last question to you. What do you see for the fashion conscious fashion campaign, and what do you think is the impact here?
So for me, the conscious fashion campaign, this is the new evolution of where we're stepping. We worked with events and the high level partnerships globally. And now it's about the media. And I really want to disrupt media as usual programming, right? I want to use this as a platform to introduce and highlight the women social entrepreneurs that are driving change in fashion. And, I really believe that without the fashion industry changing, the SDGs cannot actually be accomplished. The fashion industry is so powerful. And when you combine the forces of fashion and media doing good, we're going to see phenomenal impact and change. And the reason we focus on women social entrepreneurs in fashion specifically is because so often these agents of change represent very vulnerable and marginalized populations that are actually harmed by the unsustainable practices of the fashion industry. This goes full circle, but we need to ensure that this is becoming holistic and safe. And I think as well, for me, by amplifying these women, we are saying we support your leadership. We're ensuring increased media representation to champion them as these driving forces for sustainable development in the fashion ecosystem. And I think really, in short, what I actually want to see is every fast fashion brand advert replaced with these really cool and smart women-led innovations and solutions, because they are the ones that are addressing the critical issues of our time.
Okay, so much to look forward to. I look forward to hearing from all of you within the Conscious Fashion Campaign and wider network. Many thanks to all of you, Sheena, Saraka, Gary, thank you for joining, and all the best.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
The next chat will revolve around campaigns, communications, and the need for global solidarity to ensure that there's equal access to COVID-19 vaccines in all countries. Sergio Fernandez de Cordova from Public Foundation will host this conversation. He'll be joined by Robert Skinner, Deputy Director and Chief of Partnerships and Global Engagement, Outreach Division at the United Nations Department of Global Communications. Sergio and Rob, take it away.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our next panel, which is the COVID-19 and Media in Global Solidarity. Again, we're so excited here at the SDG Media Summit to have one of our longtime partners and dear friend of Public Foundation, Mr. Rob Skinner. Rob, today, his role is the Deputy Director and Chief of Partnership and Global Engagement, Outreach Division of the United Nations Department of Global Communications. And it is a great honor, Rob, to have you here and for us to have a fireside chat to talk about COVID-19 and media and global solidarity. So thank you, Rob, for being with us today.
No, thank you, Sergio. You know, it's always great to be here with you at the SDG Media Summit. We've done this before in one form or another, and thanks to Public Foundation as always for all the support you provide. You know, not only as you provided around COVID-19 and the work we're going to talk about today, but also around the SDGs and just general support for the United Nations. So it's, like I said, it's great to be here.
Thank you, Rob. Thank you, and always a pleasure. So, you know, today, as we are filming and really, you know, doing this digitally, it's, you know, we're excited to really dive deep into, you know, what's happened in the last year and a half. And really, how did the UN Department of Global Communications handle some of these media communications, handle some of the misinformation, right? There were a lot of initiatives that were launched, a lot of legs that came out of these various campaigns and initiatives. And you know, so when we would look back at, you know, March, April, May, and how the UN came together, not just from the WHO perspective, but really from the communications. How do we tell the world? How do we communicate to the world? How do we tell them the right information? How do we communicate and address misinformation? How do we communicate global solidarity? How do we bring everyone together, right? And so today we're going to dive right into that with Rob. And Rob, I want to get started with, you know, a question around, you know, can you kind of give us a little bit of the background, right? I think our media community, people have always asked us, even, you know, as soon as COVID started and the pandemic took off, people said, how can we help? How can we be a part of this? And some of those people today are very active partners and have been involved and are very active with our collective, right? And the various things that are going on around misinformation, around global solidarity, around how do we communicate vaccine equity. So can you give us a little bit of background on how the United Nations Department of Global Communications brought together media partnerships from all over the world to launch and execute what we believe is one of the most successful, you know, pandemic and COVID campaigns out there, right? Something that we are also very proud to have been a part of and an honor to have been a stakeholder. But can you kind of give our audience a little bit of the background of, you know, kind of, you know, how did you get here and a little bit of the journey? I think it would be great for folks to actually understand, because then they'll also know how to get involved and they'll learn a little bit in depth.
No, yeah, great. Thanks, Sergio. Yeah, as you said, it's kind of strange. You have to go back to like March, April 2020, and we all have been living in these strange sort of time warp things. And, you know, 18 months ago, it sometimes feels like, you know, 10 years ago, sometimes feels like yesterday. And you know, we really have to go back to that, though. And as we were recognizing that we had this global crisis in front of us as it became a pandemic, and it was recognized as a pandemic, this COVID-19 crisis. And at the same time, you know, Dr. Tedros at WHO and UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres were looking around saying, we have the pandemic, but we also have an infodemic, just massive amounts of information flowing across people's screens and their inboxes. And it was too much. It was overwhelming. And a lot of it was based on rumors and uncertainty that created misinformation, but there's always disinformation as well, which was sort of intentional misleading information that people were saying, sometimes from what they would think would normally be trusted sources, right? So what Secretary General Guterres challenged us in the Department of Global Communications to do was come up with a communications plan to combat that misinformation and disinformation, to get accurate, science-based, factual information throughout the world, across everyone's screens, but also using traditional media to do it, to make sure we reached everyone, everywhere. So he said, DGC, our department, come up with the COVID-19 Communications Response Initiative. So recognizing that this was a different kind of communications crisis than the UN normally deals with, we didn't have like a real fast reaction capacity to take on this misinformation, disinformation in all the forms that was coming at us. We needed to create something different that we could, as SG Guterres asked, to sort of flood the information spaces with the accurate information. And so, you know, we had worked previously with the social mobilization organization Purpose. So we talked to them and said, we need some capacities that you have. We have a global network with our UN information centers and our country offices around the world, but we need to be able to react quickly and produce content quickly that is going to be accessible and is going to be understandable and relatable to the audiences we need to reach. not sort of traditional UN content or UN system content. It's something that people can relate to. And so working with purpose, we set up a system in which we started creating the content. We're tracking the misinformation and disinformation trends around the world, and then responding to that. Initially, as we were figuring it out, like everyone was figuring out, our content was quite global, reacting to the just basically the basic health recommendations like hand washing, social distancing, and then masking as we learned and knew more about how to prevent the transmission and the spread of the virus. And then, of course, as we identified local trends, we started realizing we had to go more local and use communications mechanisms and channels and local influencers to reach more people in the more difficult to reach places. And then, of course, fast forward, the vaccine is developed, and then we have to start communicating around the vaccine because you have a whole new set of misinformation and disinformation about the vaccine. And we recognized we had to create first vaccine confidence for when the vaccine arrived and people were able to get it, where it was available, to get them to take the vaccine. So we built communications around that. And we also recognized that, none of us are going to be safe until all of us are safe, and we need everyone in the world to get the vaccine. And that's where the vaccine equity component of our communication came through, and that came through in a sub campaign under Verified for Only Together. It was something that we developed quickly, responded quickly, but then had to evolve over time as we recognized the different challenges involved with communicating about the COVID-19 pandemic. But also, recognizing that we had to figure out who the right communicators were, who the right influencers are and continue to be, to get the messages so that people can relate to them and pick them up, to take confidence in what they're hearing and seeing.
So Rob, that's amazing. That's phenomenal. And again, congratulations, because I know that's not only an incredible amount of work when you're looking at it from a global campaign perspective. And I think folks in our audience will know that, if you talk to somebody and say, hey, I want to do a global campaign and I want to reach a global audience and I want to talk to them in their own culture, language as your backdrop. I love the backdrop, right? You have all the, 7 official UN languages. And when we start to think about putting something like this together, it is mind boggling, like any other agency would say, and you say to them, hey, we're going to launch it in a month. Right? Most people would run out the door, literally. They would say, I'm not touching it. Good luck. Have a good time. But that is impossible to do. And I think, kudos, because you guys deserve credit for actually accomplishing that. I remember when I was having these conversations with you and saying, hey, who can we activate? How can we activate people? Who's out there? Who could help us? And I think that, it's just really important to point out to our audience that, when people start to realize and they say, how does the UN handle these things? How does the UN handle communications, right? And I think, here enter pandemic and execution came together quicker than what most global agencies could actually even, dare to want to do, never mind actually execute. And I think that's a lot, and I think when I think about people listening and watching, one of the questions that I feel folks would have is, how were you tracking, that misinformation? How were you tracking, also the feedback loop, right? Because a lot of what, the work that you were doing, and I remember this through the many conversations that we've had, it was you were pivoting every time you learned a little bit, right? Every time you had more information, there was a pivot. And again, in the media world, in the media community, again, most people, are not, do not like to do that, right? But this was a global pandemic and we needed to communicate to people. So can you kind of, give a little context on, sort of the tracking and a little bit of the pivoting, for our audience, please?
No, for sure. Thanks, Sergio. And I mean, your point is really right on. I mean, we had to pivot, and the only way we were able to do that, understand what we were dealing with at a local and community level, is because we had so many individuals and organizations supporting us. We had over 200 organizational collaborators join us around this. We had about 100,000 information volunteers who signed up to get emails from Verified to sort of help us get the content out there. And then we were able to work with media organizations, as well as communications organizations that also decided they saw this as a global crisis, and we all needed to work together in solidarity to get it done. So, like all of you at Public Foundation were so generous with your time and efforts. There were others around the world who joined as well, which you're aware of, and you worked with them, and in many cases brought them to us and brought them to Verified to be supportive. So, that's the way we were able to get this done, which is, it's different for the UN. I mean, the UN traditionally is a bit of a top-down communicator, or has been historically. In this case, we had to give up control a little bit and say, okay, what's going to work in this rural region in Nigeria? Well, we were focusing on digital. That wasn't working there. And so we partnered with multiple community radio stations in rural Nigeria to get the messaging out, because that's where the audience we needed to reach is through those radio stations. We had an amazing partnership with and collaboration with Multi-Choice Africa to help us reach communities across the continent through the cable network that they had and the satellite network that they have, to get the word out. And not only did they put out PSAs, help join us in helping to create content, but they also were WhatsApping and texting, direct messaging their subscribers with this accurate, factual, science-based information to try and make sure that it was not only getting through their broad media channels, but directly into their subscribers' hands. So we were looking at it and figuring out how to attack it in different ways, and we realized that, like on WhatsApp, a lot of people were getting information through their community groups, through their local influencers, not so much through celebrity influencers. So we created channels in South Africa, for example. We created something called the Vakala campaign that started with local influencers in their communities to try and get individuals to take up the masking, social distancing, hand washing, those kinds of health health concerns that people needed to take on. And in the end, starting at the very local level with community influencers, the Ministry of Health of South Africa took up the campaign as their own, and UNICEF also joined it. So that is the main effort to combat COVID in South Africa right now. And so a lot of the times it was like, okay, we started global, we went local, and now we're seeing the reverse. These local ideas are bubbling up to the global level and being picked up and being picked up by other governments in other countries as well. So, in Latin America, I mean, Public provided us great support in Latin America by getting media assets and helping us get the messaging out there. In Brazil, we partnered with around the health messaging and the vaccine messaging with Globo and other local organizations. We partnered with a National Football Association in Brazil. Of course, that's a football country, and if you're going to get messaging out and try and get it out broadly, that's a great place to go. So it was a lot of different ways, a lot of different formats. Fortunately, again, we are the United Nations. We have a global network, but we needed to go beyond ourselves to really pull in the community-based organizations and the influencers who are going to drive change. And so it really was a constant feedback loop of learning and us trying to make sure we're getting the right content out, and then having the feedback come back at us so that we would have to make the shifts and tweaks to get it right.
That's amazing. That's amazing. And how many countries would you say the collective, right, the broader campaign reached?
Oh, geez, we have that number somewhere, and it was, if I'm getting it right, last count we knew that we'd reached over 140 countries,
That's phenomenal.
in you referenced the 6 official UN languages, but we've reached folks in over 60 languages, because the 6 covers a lot of ground, but it doesn't cover everyone, and we knew we needed to get local languages very much involved, and so we had folks translating the content, creating their own content in their own language that they picked up from the original content, and getting that out into their community. So, and we know we've reached overall over 1 billion people have seen verified content and engaged with verified content.
That's amazing. That's something that everyone in the Department of Global Communications, DGC should be very, very proud of. And I think, when you look at reaching 1 billion people, and you look at the metrics of you've reached 1 billion, but really touched probably about 2 to 3, right? Because, the message is spread and it's shared. And I think that's just saying it conservatively, but, that's incredible work. And we're obviously very excited and honored to have been a partner and strategic player. So Rob, as we kind of wrap up, right? And I think that, we have a lot of folks, as you know, from our media summits, we always like to activate people. We're always asking people, what can you do, right? We used to have our cards, if you remember, and ask everyone to just make a commitment, right? What is that commitment, right? So when we look at, with this campaign as we go forward, right? And what we hope to be saying a post-COVID, right? And we start to look at, kind of how, as we continue also as well as gathering a lot of this misinformation, but at the same time, right, this campaign has evolved into the only together, right? Because that's kind of like when I look at the post, right? It is, we are together to help each other. We are only together. And, very love the slogan. And, as someone that's been active, in this, what are going to be the next steps, and how do folks that are watching this for the first time and hearing the success of this say, hey, I could help, I have something else to bring. So what are the next steps, on a collective, broader and localized campaign from the verified perspective all the way across to how does somebody get engaged?
Yeah, no, and I think that's important as we look forward. I mean, only together are we going to come out of this crisis, by getting vaccines in everyone's arms. And I think that's been something that's been a little bit lacking, to maybe put it mildly. And Secretary General Guterres really highlighted that in his speech to the General Assembly last month, when he noted that, we're looking at, third shots, booster shots in North America and other parts of the world, in less than 10% of Africans have had a first shot. And, it's critical that we consider that, because as I said earlier, none of us are going to be safe until we're all safe. And we've all seen what happens when the variants develop and then spread. So we need to make sure that we're focused on equity and making sure everyone has an opportunity to be vaccinated. And again, only together are we going to be able to do that. And that was the sort of the initial concept behind Only Together, was about making sure that there's equity in vaccine access. But I think that, coming out of it, COVID, with, greater equity, greater opportunity, trying to bridge the differences economically, we're going to have to work on this only together. So I think as we go forward of the Verified initiative, it's going to be about that recovery, which really feeds into the Sustainable Development Goals, which is, the SDG Media Summit. I mean, we have the blueprint, we have the framework of what we need to do, and it is the 17 SDGs. And so if we use that framework, talk about solidarity and working only together, and I mean only together across sectors. Of course, at the UN, we call on governments to work together to achieve the recovery and kind of come out of it with a better society. But we can only do it together if we're working across sectors. And we saw great support, for Verified, as I referenced earlier, among, with media, with communications firms, with the private sector, with civil society, with influencers, with, foundations. I should know we have had great support from foundations around the Verified initiative that have helped us get all this done. The IKEA Foundation, Luminate, to name a couple. And I always hate starting a list, because inevitably you leave somebody off. The United Nations Foundation, of course, has been very supportive. As I've already said, how much public has supported us. So very much appreciated on that. But so we need all the sectors to come together and recognize that we have an opportunity here to change the way we work and the way we think and the way we work with each other. And I look first and foremost to COP26 in Glasgow, that's right around the corner. And we hope that governments will come together and make solid commitments. We know that the private sector, some very supportive members are there pushing that, as will civil society. So that's what it's going to be all about. Only together are we going to come out of the COVID crisis and build a better world for everyone.
So it's safe to say we still need help. We still need everyone to get active and get engaged. And together we're going to get through this.
That's right. Everyone has a role to play, and we can do it. And from the United Nations perspective, we hope that people will come around us. And as I said, we're doing this in a very collaborative way. We're taking on ideas, from the organizations and individuals we're working with, because we know we have a lot to learn about what's happening in those communities, and we can help them. But of course, we recognize that they can help us too. So we hope that that folks will come around and we will get on this only together.
Excellent. Well, Rob, thank you so much. And again, we just spoke with Robert Skinner, the Deputy Director and Chief of Partnerships and Global Engagement and Outreach Division of the United Nations Department of Global Communications. Rob, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for your partnership. And we look forward to, really bringing our community from this media summit. We hope that folks have become really inspired after listening to the incredible work that you and Department of Global Communications have done over the last year and a half. And we hope that this will inspire people to really get activated. And with that, it's a wrap. So thank you so much for your time, Rob.
Yeah, thank you, Sergio. It's always great to see you.
Excellent. Thank you.
The next case study won an Effie in the category Positive Change. And it's a fantastic reminder of the power of data to drive progress, to drive positive change, and actually to drive a change in behavior. Because the more informed we are, the better decisions we can make. Let's take a look.
What does the bank do with your money?
I don't know much about banking.
As a Bank of the West customer, I'm proud to know that my money is being spent in a sustainable way for the future of our planet. Thanks, Bank of the West.
Switched Golden State Guiding over to Bank of the West because we're both a 1% for the Planet member. We both share the same values for protecting our planet.
Today, I'm going to connect with Bank of the West Executive Vice President Ben Stewart to learn more about the bank's sustainable investing practices.
Our next panel will focus on the challenges we face as a society that's increasingly dependent on the internet and social media, without the necessary media literacy skills to detect, understand, and react to false information on climate change and development issues. Enrique Acevedo, correspondent at CBS News, will moderate this session and introduce the panelists. Enrique, welcome to the SDG Media Summit.
I want to welcome everyone to this SDG Media Summit. It's convened by the Public Foundation and the United Nations. And we have an incredibly important topic today and a wonderful panel to discuss the effects of misinformation and disinformation on our conversation around the SDG goals, and more specifically on the impact that misinformation and disinformation has in trying to reach solutions, collective solutions to challenges like climate change, pandemics and other 21st century problems, I guess. With us today is Peter Adams. He's the Senior Vice President of the News Literacy Project. He'll talk a little bit more about this nonprofit, nonpartisan organization that's looking to build a future founded on facts. Peter, welcome. And also Jose Zamora. He's the Senior Vice President of Communications at Univision Noticias. As many of you know, immigrants, minority communities, specifically Latinos in the US, Latinx in the US, have been targeted by disinformation and have also faced misinformation. We'll talk about the difference between those two in a minute. And they're particularly vulnerable to that. So it's incredibly important to talk with Jose about what networks like Univision are doing in order to face these challenges. So we'll get right to the conversation. My first question, let's just frame this discussion, if you can do that for us, Peter. Point out some of the differences between disinformation and misinformation, because I think that's important. And also try to set the tone for how this challenge, this problem, this many call it era of post-truth, is a major hurdle in addressing problems like climate change, for example.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you, Enrique. So, I think that first off, when it comes to mis and disinformation, I mean, obviously it's a very prominent problem. It's a problem that a lot of folks are talking about, especially over the last 4 or 5 years. And it's been a persistent problem. The general difference between misinformation and disinformation has to do with intent, which makes it a really tricky question to answer. So misinformation is just false information generally, even if someone creates it or shares it without the aspiration to deceive anyone, whereas disinformation is created intentionally, usually with some kind of goal in mind, whether that's ideological or political or financial. But often that's a very difficult determination to make. And also, disinformation that's created with an intent can be amplified by people who aren't aware that it's false or aren't aware of intent. We saw that, in the 2016 US presidential election, for example, people being manipulated into amplifying falsehoods. So it's a bit of a tricky territory. And I think it's such an urgent problem because it distorts the public discourse. It doesn't only exploit people's distrust of institutions, which is on the rise, and along with that expertise, but it infuses false ideas into public discourse, which really pollutes public discourse and almost convinces people that the truth is unknowable or that closed questions or matters of fact are open to debate.
Yeah, it's hard to build a democratic order without some sort of consensus around the facts.
Absolutely. Yeah. So it distorts all those decision-making processes that are built into a democratic society.
Jose, as the Senior Vice President of Communications at Univision Noticias, tell us a little bit about some of the initiatives, the projects that you guys have been creating in order to address these challenges of disinformation, specifically those targeted to audiences like Hispanics in the US. And you're muted just in case before you start answering.
Thank you, Enrique, and thank you, Peter, and thank you, Public, for organizing this important discussion. We've been focused on working on fighting disinformation and misinformation, and one of the things we have done is we launched the first Spanish language fact-checking platform in the US, and we recently became certified by the International Fact-Checking Network, which is great because it's a group of the most important and rigorous fact-checking teams in the world. So we've been trying to do what Peter's organization does, and it's in part is educating, and in part is fighting the disinformation and misinformation and explaining what is what. It's very interesting because also to add to what Peter was saying, there's an interesting study by Avaz and Facebook that has this amazing number, like 70% of the efforts to fight misinformation are in English language, and only 30% of those efforts are in Spanish. So like at Univision, like we have a big platform. We try to inform Hispanics well and give them the tools they need to be able to detect what is what, but still it's not enough. So I think that there's need for more, and we're trying to do more. We're actually trying to work more together to do that. But the numbers are incredible, and another factor that also adds to what Peter was saying is that 98% of Hispanic adults own a smartphone. Hispanics are like very interested in finding information about all these important issues, right? Be it climate change or be it the pandemic, right? And so because they have a smartphone and they do have interest in searching, they search, but they don't necessarily find good quality information. And in many cases, they find misinformation and they become an amplifier. And that's why it's so important for all of us. And at Univision, it's like a responsibility to ensure that they find the correct information, so they don't only consume good quality information, but that what they amplify is good quality content.
It's also factually correct, and you make a great point. If we're serious about combating disinformation and misinformation, we have to acknowledge the fact that a lot of the communities that are consuming these lies and falsehoods and rumors are non-English speaking communities. Just the example of Facebook, 4 out of the 5 top countries in terms of total Facebook users are Brazil, Indonesia, India, and Mexico. Those are all non-English speaking countries, and so the need for global reach for the efforts of organizations like the News Literacy Project, what you guys are doing at Univision, is especially important. At the beginning, I was talking about 21st century challenges, and let me elaborate on that, Peter and Jose, because I think we're now facing this collective challenges like the alterations in our climate system, like public health emergencies, which we're still going through. But we don't seem to have the institutions, the tools to properly address this. Most of the institutions we have, like the World Health Organization, the UN, they were created, almost 100 years ago. They are underfinanced in many cases, underempowered, understaffed. And to add, we now have the threat of misinformation, right? Which makes it harder to make decisions. We saw through the pandemic, and we still see that with vaccines, for example, how difficult it is to move forward when a large portion of the population just don't agree on the scientific and the facts and what we call rational thinking. So all that to ask you, Peter, what's the role of education in terms of reaching that that consensus. And I don't mean to erase public dialogue or to cancel anyone's point of view, but just to have this consensus on facts.
I think it plays a large role. Obviously, I think we're fond of saying to educators that their students are inheriting the largest and most complex information environment in human history by many magnitudes. There are a lot of empowering aspects of that. But there are a lot of things about our information environment that don't make sense. There are lots of pitfalls that await students out there. Conspiracy theories or fragments of conspiracy theories, extremists who lie in wait, trying to draw students in. And so it's really unfair, right? It's unjust not to prepare them for this. And it is, one of the most effective solutions we have to the problem. It's not the only solution. There are lots of things that social media platforms need to do. There are lots of things that governments need to do. But students also need to understand what makes something credible and what doesn't, and to really get a working understanding of the standards of quality journalism, what goes into verifying a piece of information, so they can look for those hallmarks in the things that they share, and they can also do some of that themselves when they encounter a claim that is unattributed online, and they can hunt it down themselves.
I was looking at the Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs as we call them, and these are all very ambitious goals, enormous challenges. And it seems, and that's why the Public Foundation, the UN, wanted to include this topic in our media summit. It seems that it demands a coordinated effort based on common facts. The mission of the News Literacy Project is to build a future founded on facts, Peter. How hard is that? Now, and how hard is it getting with what you were saying? Social media platforms that we found out are built in a way that promote disinformation and misinformation over scientific facts. Like, how grave of a problem are we facing, in your opinion?
I think it's enormously grave. I mean, the danger here is that people see falsehoods every day. They see mis and disinformation every day, and not only does it, as I mentioned earlier, drag facts or the very notion of facts into debate, even the idea that something can be true and beyond debate. But also distorts public discourse, and public officials and elected officials are members of the same echo chambers and partisan communities that echo these same kinds of, or that push these same kinds of narratives. So we have elected officials in the US who subscribe to the QAnon belief system, for example, which is an absurd idea to begin with. But if they go into government with that in mind, either at the local level, the state level, or the national level, it has a severe effect. The same can be true of junk science, people who subscribe to anti-vaccination theories or false ideas about vaccines and falsehoods about climate and climate science, and take those into leadership levels and act on that and set policy. So it can be, in the case of climate science, disastrous. In the case of vaccine, it can be a public health disaster, as we've seen. So I think the stakes can't be overstated here.
Jose, you have vast experience, not just in media, but also in philanthropic organizations. You've approached information both from a business side and an editorial perspective. What do you think needs to be done in terms of partnerships between private sector, the media, and I'd love to have a conversation about this term, the media, that groups everyone together in the same in the same room, while with digital communications and social networks, we have all really become the media, but we'll go into that. I want to ask you more about partnerships and the power to leverage all these experiences in order to find effective solutions to this information.
I think now it is impossible to tackle these challenges without collaboration, and we've seen it in different aspects of solving these issues in journalism and in philanthropy. Just for example, years ago, foundations were very invested in supporting projects, and they wanted to own a project or a subject. And for example, that's how the foundation where I used to work, Knight Foundation, owned the space of journalism, right? But then they also realized that it was impossible to tackle journalism at scale by themselves. So, and it also wasn't to have more impact, you need to have allies. And so that's how Knight Foundations became like the leader in that field, and started inviting all other funders to see journalism as a core need of communities, and in that way the impact increased, right? So I think collaboration is key, and funding and resources are very limited, even like in the largest foundations. So that's why I think that the entire philanthropic community needs to come together and fund these projects and anything that has to do to fight this and conquer these challenges together, because they are very complex issues, and the capacity to do it by yourself as an organization are very limited. So it's important to work together.
Yeah, and this is right up the alley of the public foundation, right? The use of data in order to make decisions. That's information based on empirical thinking, on verification, on facts. The power of collaboration, of partnerships in order to scale those solutions. So I think this is key and in tune with what the foundation, the UN, and the SDG goals represent. Let's try to think of specific examples of how misinformation, Peter, affect or impact the way we try to approach climate change, poverty reduction, public health crises like the one we're experiencing. We've talked about vaccines or the mask mandates, but let's focus more on climate change, because we're now in the middle of the COP26 that's going on in Glasgow. It started last week, and it still goes on for a few days. The world coming together in order to find solutions, but then you have all sorts of conspiracy theories, and a large portion of the population here in the US that completely discards the notion that human beings have anything to do with these climate alterations.
Yeah, it is a complex problem, and one that as we mentioned earlier is extremely urgent. I think one through line to the issues that you mentioned is just complexity, right? That it's imagining carbon emissions globally and its long-term impact on the environment and on weather events is hard for the average person who's not an expert in those things to understand, in the same way that it's hard for people to understand how a virus could spread around the world and shut down global economies and our lives, right? But so intuitively, it's hard for people to understand that. And then when people go online and dig in technical information, they overestimate their own abilities with that, kind of the Dunning-Kruger effect. And they're also really vulnerable to dismissing things as conspiracies, as you mentioned. So there are a number of vested interests online, corporate interests and others, who are pushing false ideas or just trying to muddy the waters and disrupt the idea that there is consensus. We've seen a shift recently away from general claims about climate change to focusing on specific events, like the freeze in Texas this past winter, dismissing the idea that that was related to climate change in any way, trying to impugn renewable energy sources in that instance, saying that the shortage was due to frozen windmills. That wasn't true. So, and you see this after hurricanes, you've seen this in California with wildfires, just an attempt to draw attention away from climate change around specific events. And so folks really need to be careful and turn to sources that are standards-based and verified, and put those events in context. I think that's vital.
Yeah, I mean, I was listening to what you were saying, and I wondered if we would have been as effective in the fight against big tobacco if we would have had social media back in the 80s and 90s when we really started knowing more about the danger of smoking. Jose, can you think of any specific examples? You were talking about this platform you guys built, and maybe you can talk a little bit more about, is it called Detector de Mentiras? And specific examples of how you work through the fact-checking process.
It's called El Detector. Like it's in its latest version, and basically we see a lot of misinformation and disinformation spread throughout Facebook and text messaging platforms, and that's how we identify what's like the disinformation or misinformation that is trending. And based on how much something is being shared that isn't right, we choose those topics and prepare pieces about it. And we have a process to explain exactly what is happening, what is the disinformation, and why, and what is the correct information. I think that's from the fact-checking platform. Another very interesting project that we had, and it aligns with what the News Literacy Project is doing, is we created a character, like a cartoon character. Her name is Lupita. I love that project because not only is like we're fighting misinformation through the fact-checking, where we like detect and explain what is misinformation, but we are also giving our audience the tools to understand what they are consuming and to be able to identify by themselves what is true from what isn't, and for them to be able to see what is worth sharing and what they shouldn't be sharing.
Yeah, I mean,
just one thing to add to what Peter was saying. I think there's collaborative efforts that we need to do together right now that are like, we need to do them fast. And then there's other things that we also need to do together, which are about education, like to really end these issues in the medium and long term. The only answer is educating the future generations and educating people who are dealing with these issues right now. And
no, I mean, you're right. There's an urgency to this conversation in terms of addressing the growing climate of misinformation and disinformation. I mean, we're all giving this, things with incredible access to knowledge of information, but without a blueprint on how to be responsible consumers, and how to share information responsibly as well. I think we're running out of time, but I want to thank you both. It's an incredibly important topic. We can spend hours talking about this and thinking about solutions. I know that a lot of the people who are watching, who are involved in the SDGs, who are involved in media, see this climate of rumors and conspiracy theories and lies and falsehoods as one of the major challenges in terms of not just addressing our collective challenges, but also in navigating their own context professionally and personally. I know we all have family members or friends who sometimes send us things over instant messaging platforms, and we know right away that these are not factually correct, and so it becomes a very personal issue and not just something that we're seeing on a professional level or in a global context. So again, thank you, Peter Adams from the News Literacy Project. If people want to know more about the work you do at NLP, where can they find that?
They can find that on our homepage, which lives at newslit.org. And I would just echo Jose's point about what we can learn from examples of misinformation. There are a lot of insights that we can glean, and we have resources to help folks do that as well.
I know you have workshops and platforms aimed at educators and schools as well as the general public, correct?
We do. We have a really interactive online learning environment that we call the Checkology Virtual Classroom. That lives at checkology.org. And then we have newsletters and training sessions for educators and for the public as well.
Very exciting, and I encourage everyone to check that out. And Jose, if people want to find out more about El Detector, about Lupita, and want to get in touch with her, how can they do that?
Well, you can go to univisionnoticias.com, and you'll be able to find everything there.
Wonderful. Well, again, thank you so much. It's been a great conversation. Thanks to the Public Foundation and to the United Nations for this space. And, it's an exciting week. There's a lot of interesting topics around data, around the SDGs and goals. And I encourage you to make the most of this time and the summit. That's all for us for now. Thank you so much, and looking forward to connecting again soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next conversation will highlight the origin story of the Science Not Silence campaign and discuss how it has progressed in recent years. Sergio Fernandez de Cordova from Public Foundation will moderate this session and will be joined by Hita Lakhani from Youngo and Matt Tranchen from March for Science. Sergio, Hita, and Matt, the screen is yours.
Hello, everyone. It's my privilege to moderate an important conversation about the power of the SDG Media Summit to not only amplify impactful campaigns, but making a difference around the world, but to help launch them. The SDG Media Summit has seen launch and has been part of launching some of the most impactful campaigns in the United Nations. So, today we're going to be discussing the Science Not Silence campaign, which has mobilized governments around the world to formally welcome the IPCC 1.5C special report and align climate goals with the 1.5C goals. I'm joined here today by Hita Lakhani, who serves as a Global South focal point for Youngo, the official youth constituency for the UNFCCC, which hosts the annual UN Climate Change Conference, also known as the COP. And Matt Tranchen, who serves as the president of March for Science, a global movement that launched on Earth Day in 2017 with public demonstrations in more than 600 cities around the world. Welcome, my friends.
Thanks, Serge.
Thank you.
So, thank you, Matt. Thank you, Hita, for so much for being here today. And we're really, really excited because, to us as the SDG Media Summit, knowing that we were so instrumental in helping launch such an important campaign it gives us such great excitement. So I'm going to start with a couple of questions. I'm going to really start with you, Matt, because really want to set the stage. Right, Matt, you were featured as a panelist at the 2019 SDG Media Summit. Right, our last in-person summit at the United Nations. It was so controversial, so much going on, right? And you were there to moderate a panel with island leaders to discuss the implications of the IPCC 1.5 special report in front, the front lines, in front of nations, and bringing a lot of member states together. But then you were kind of thrown a curveball, literally during the panel, during this media summit, right? Can you talk a little bit about what happened and how that led for the Science Not Silence movement and campaign that we are now here to celebrate?
Yeah, thanks, Serge. This was September 2019, right before UNGA, and we had a panel conversation with several UN ambassadors representing different small island developing states. And the point of our panel was really to highlight the IPCC 1.5 degree report that had come out the previous year, which really demonstrated that the climate crisis was far more urgent than we knew and was impacting frontline nations far greater than we thought. Unfortunately, minutes before our panel was scheduled to begin, island nations discovered that the IPCC 1.5 degree report had actually, the reference to that report was being blocked from being included in the Samoa Pathway high-level midterm review, which was really the global focal point for island nations at that year's UNGA. And so in the face of the report being blocked, of the science being undermined and discredited, they had to huddle and mobilize and figure out how they were going to respond. And so instead of having a conversation with island leaders about the importance of this report, we carried on. We had a conversation at the SDG Media Summit, and we're giving really breaking news to that community that this report was being blocked, and island governments who had really led the effort for this 1.5 degree report to be commissioned in the first place, now had to find a way to pivot. And what we did was we really used that outrageous moment as a call to action and called on those who were there, media, marketing, advertising execs, and industry leaders, to join this effort to really figure out how we as science advocates, as youth leaders, as island champions, could figure out how to respond and push back and build a campaign. And you know, I remember at the closing of that discussion, we asked those in attendance if they were interested in being a part of this to find us afterwards. And there were countless organizations and leaders who showed up, most notably Social Revolt, led by Marty Martinez, who has spearheaded global climate advocacy campaigns around the world. Their team was huge in helping us really build the brand and have our launch, which became the Science Not Silence campaign that was established at COP25 later that year in Madrid, in partnership with the independent state of Samoa, whose ambassador, Ambassador Faturi, was the lone panelist that was still able to join us at the SDG Media Summit. And so, you know, really that campaign happened because the SDG Media Summit community rallied around this breaking news moment and helped give life to the movement that, you know, really gives meaning to the phrase "Unite Behind the Science."
Well, thank you, Matt, and thank you for you know, really kind of giving us a little bit of that background, right? So basically, the campaign launched with one country, the core country, the independent state of Samoa, right, at COP25, right, and just what a historic moment. Now, there are today, you know, I'm told there are over 20 governments that have signed on.
Yeah.
How did you get 20 governments to commit after, you know, really starting with one?
Yeah, well, what helped was, you know, finding a compelling way to tell this story, and use that narrative to mobilize the leaders of the climate movement to join forces. Most notably, UNGO, the official youth constituency of the UNFCCC, and AOSIS, the Alliance of Small Island States, which represents the 39 small island developing states of the United Nations. Both of those entities formally joined the Science Not Silence campaign on International Youth Day, August 12th last year. And once that happened, the trajectory of the entire campaign dramatically changed. We were having events at, you know, UNGA, at major anniversaries that really documented the history of the climate movement. And with every event, more and more countries joined. And now we find ourselves heading into you know, in Glasgow, mobilizing even more countries. But, you know, it's the credit is really with those climate advocates who've been spearheading the movement from the beginning, which is young people and island leaders.
Thank you, Matt. I think it's our chance now to hear from Hita. And Hita, love for you to really kind of share two things, right, for our audience. Number one, who is UNGO? What is UNGO, right? Our audience is used to hearing about 4-letter, 5-letter, 6-letter acronyms. But really, you know, can you give us a little bit of depth of UNGO? And also I'd love to share why UNGO decided to make the Science Not Silence campaign its signature initiative. So give our audience a little bit of a background, because they really need to understand, you know, the importance UNGO plays to the world and climate, and then why you chose for this campaign to be its signature initiative.
Sure, absolutely. So UNGO, as Matt mentioned, is the official youth constituency of the UNFCCC. So what that basically means is we're the mandated mechanism under the UN climate change system to engage with young people from across the world. So we work with youth under the age of 35. We're not an organization. We're not an entity. We're a mechanism under the UNFCCC. And we're a network of volunteers from across the world. We have close to 10,000
members who are part of our membership, close to 10,000 individuals and 1,000 organizations from 150 plus countries that form the global network called Yango. And as the official mechanism, we have multiple working groups. We have close to 20 working groups that focus on different topics, some of them quite thematic, quite technical, based on the UNFCCC negotiations like adaptation, mitigation, loss and damage, technology, finance, so on and so forth. But we have a lot of cross-cutting working groups like gender, human rights, education, whatever that might be. So there is, and 1.5 for youth. Why? And it links to the second question that you asked. For us as young people, 1.5 basically means a future, whether we have a decent, livable future, or we have a future that either we're struggling, a lot of young people are migrants, the future generations probably don't have their countries where they were born into. So it really is a matter of life and death for many of us across the world. And one of the very personal reasons why I have been such a big advocate for the campaign in general was back in 2018 when the negotiations right after the 1.5 degree special report was launched. And then we went into COP24 and the negotiations sort of didn't go anywhere with the report. And then we had the intercession, which is a smaller negotiation that took place between COP24 and COP25 in 2019. And we were in the room when these negotiations are taking place in Bonn. And, you know, you can see geopolitical issues, you can see countries that are advocating, championing for the report, but you could really see the other side of countries standing up. The meeting was extremely heated, you know, negotiators were like, really, I mean, people were standing at the tables and shouting, and it really got to a point where, you know, there was no consensus. And then we had to stall the meeting, go to the next day, and this kept happening the whole week. And of course, it didn't lead anywhere, and we went into COP25. And just seeing how the dynamics change from a day-to-day basis, how countries are, you know, one day on opposite side of the table, but the other day they're sitting together, just like partnerships and alliances are, you know, you can see them forming in front of your eyes every single day. And this is precisely what has stuck with me. We cannot have vested interests when it comes to survival. It is absolutely crucial. We're not talking about me or you, we're talking about humanity, we're talking about an entire species, and the decisions that we make today is going to affect our species in the years to come. And it's extremely selfish not to think about the future generations, not to think about your humankind, and just think about the few dollars that you will earn today. And this was one of the biggest things that Yango has been focusing on. 1.5 has always been the standard for every single messaging, no matter what working group, but negotiations. This has really been the backbone of everything that we've been championing and continue to champion even today.
Thank you, Hita. So what's next for the movement to unite the world behind the 1.5C science campaign and behind the movement, right? And I think I'd love to hear from both of you, what's next?
I think we're not there yet. There is so much work to be done. We do have, like you already mentioned, 20 governments that have signed on that are supporting us, but 20 out of 196 is really nowhere close. So there's a lot of work to be done. This is something that we all have to work on together. For Yango in itself, we're now in Glasgow at COP26, and we're really going head out talking about the science. We're really championing, we've been working with governments, we're really pushing for more ambition, whether it's in the negotiations or it's back home in the nationally determined contributions. We will also be bringing this in a couple of days at the Science Day at COP26 on November 9th. And we really look forward to engaging. We've had a conference of youth where we've had a global youth statement come together with more than 37,000 young people from across the world who have contributed to this youth statement. And this youth statement has been brought into the COP. And we look forward to working with the COP presidency, but with every single country present here to champion 1.5 and to champion human survival over extinction.
Yeah, Sergio, the point he is making is we've made tremendous progress, but we have so much further to go. Really heading into COP, what everyone knew is that a majority of countries have inadequate climate goals. And most of those countries aren't even on track to achieving those inadequate climate goals. And so the campaign, the Science Not Silence campaign, is about getting governments to formally welcome the 1.5 degree report, but then align their existing climate goals, the nationally determined contributions made under the Paris Agreement, with that 1.5 degree target. And so we're excited for the support we have, but we also need to look at events like COP as opportunities to mobilize more support. And I know anyone who's ever been a part of a march-oriented organization, you intimately learn that marches can't be treated as finish lines. They need to be launching pads. You need to have a game plan for the day after. And so too should we be thinking about these kinds of events. And so, I know the SDG Media Summit this year is powered by EarthX, which makes it fitting to announce that Youngo and March for Science will be organizing a global youth summit at EarthX on Earth Day next year, where we're going to be bringing together climate advocates, science champions, and governments to not only formally welcome and support the 1.5 degree IPCC report, but actually elevate their climate goals. What we need is more climate ambition, and the Science Not Silence campaign, we believe, is that opportunity to redefine success for the climate movement.
Thank you so much, Ita. Thank you, Matt. Thank you so much for being with us and having such an important conversation. I know, Hita, thank you, because you are literally live from Glasgow, and tomorrow you're going to kick off really a lot of engagement and conversations to really make sure that the youth have sort of a stakeholder position in this conversation, because we, the next generation, are inheriting this planet. And it's important that all the world leaders understand what we need to get done, what needs to happen. And here, we're just really excited and honored, the SDG Media Summit family, to actually have been, helpful in incubating this launch, bringing media leaders from all over the world, activating people to take action. A lot of what we pride ourselves with the SDG Media Summit is to take action, to make a commitment, to do something, right? Not wait till you retire, but look at what you have, what media assets, what infrastructure, what marketing, how you are innovating for the private sector community. How can we bring that innovation to the public sector? How can we bring that innovation to advance conversations as important as saving our planet? Yes, as Matt mentioned, we have partnered up with EarthX, and who's been a strong supporter. But really, what's really important is that we're going to take this to EarthX. We're going to grab this conversation and we're going to take it around the world. We're going to go from here. We're going to go to EarthX, and we're going to have and continue this conversation, not just in some of these summits, but also in everything that we do. And I think what's really important about the media community is that we want to ensure that we continue to amplify that this is an important movement. Why we're having this conversation here at the SDG Media Summit is that we want all of you involved. We want more of you involved, right? Not just a select few that raise their hands and self-selected and say, I want to be that change. I want to be part of that change. But really, how the rest of you that are listening here can be inspired to help us continue on this mission, to help us continue to drive and educate folks about the importance of the movements, not just what they spoke about today, but really the importance of, activating change around climate action and getting everyone involved. So thank you, everyone, for listening. Thank you, everyone, for being a part of our summit. And please get involved. Take action. Be part of the change. And thank you, Matt. Thank you, Hita. Thank you so much.
Thank you, SDG Media family. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
The fourth case study we're going to watch today has won this year in D&AD in the impact category. There is no better way to drive action than to be informed, than to be educated. And there is no better way for kids to be educated than playing. So here is to those who are not just creating products for kids, but educating them, not just helping them build, but to rebuild, and helping them really see what matters to them as they build their future. Let's take a look.
we are always looking for ways to help build a sustainable future for our children. So we are very proud to launch this simple but effective green initiative.
Next up, we have a short conversation about the I Love This Planet global campaign, an initiative aiming to create a global movement to foster a sustainable future and create a virtual cycle of doing good. I'm excited to present our next moderator, Carrie Bannigan, Executive Director at the Fashion Impact Fund. She will also introduce you to our panelists. Carrie, thank you for being here.
Hello, I am Carrie Bannigan, Executive Director of the Fashion Impact Fund and President of the Board of the Public Foundation. I am joined today by Ketan Patel, Chairman of the Force for Good platform and initiative, and John Miller, Director in charge of Media and Communications Strategy at Force for Good. Today, we'll talk about the I Love This Planet campaign, a moment to catalyze actions for good as individuals and as a collective. Its sister initiative is called Capital as a Force for Good, which examines and engages the world's largest financial institutions to unlock trillions of dollars of capital and invest it in a sustainable future. The idea is that together we can build a model that supports world healing that is profitable, but at the same time that creates a virtuous circle of doing good. Welcome to you both.
Thank you, Carrie. Thanks. Pleased to be here.
So Ketan, today is a big day and we're going to talk about the launch in a moment, but I want to kind of work backwards from this. So can you please tell us about the Force for Good initiative?
Sure, Carrie. Look, Force for Good is based on the simple recognition that every individual and institution is or can be a powerful force for good. And we launched an initiative called Capital as a Force for Good, which focused on the institutional side, encouraging the flow of capital, ideally in trillions and tens of trillions, towards the most pressing issues in the world. And the initiative has been really successful. There are huge institutions out there in finance who are already deploying large amounts of capital and increasing that pace. And we were able to engage them, analyze what they're doing, and 100 financial institutions around the world, representing about a third of the world's money, got involved to allow us to look at the data and really see what they're doing. And a lot of them gave us lots of qualitative information too on these initiatives. And what we saw is records have been broken every year to finance more and more good in the world. And so, contrary to popular belief, there is a real conviction around the flow of money flowing to doing good. The demand, though, is huge. And our report revealed, and our analysis reveals, that the world really needs $100 trillion to be spent between now and 2030 to really meet the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And that's a big challenge. And that's the challenge, I think, that will take all the stakeholders, of which the individual will be one of the cornerstones of really making this difference.
Thank you so much for sharing that. Now, John, as a director and member of the Force for Good Advisory Council, can you please share with us about your background that leads you to support this initiative?
Sure, and thank you. So my background is at the intersection of media and technology for a number of years. I've been in a number of public media companies. I was chairman and CEO of AOL. I was at News Corp. And I've also had a great interest in news and information and making sure that there's good news in the sense of accurate news and information out there. So I've also been on the board of BBC News Worldwide, for example, and an investor in many news startups and technology. And that's what leads me to Force for Good. In addition to what Ketan just said about the need, I think it's also very important that we make sure that people understand what that need is and get out accurate information around both what the needs are and what is happening. And companies that are doing things should be seen to be doing those things. And this gives examples that others can follow. And so I think, what brings me here is this confluence of skills and background. And I've also spent about the last 10 years in the investing world. So I have a bit of the a bit of knowledge of how to speak investor as well, because as Ketan pointed out, it's very, very important the financial sector join this effort in a real way because of the need and frankly because of the amount of capital that they control.
Yeah, thank you so much. Now, Ketan, what part of your background made you even want to do this?
Well, Carrie, the idea of unlimited human potential, I think, is something that I grew up with. So it's very personal. The notion of freedom was a cornerstone value that was ingrained in me with stories of my grandfather walking on the Salt March with Mahatma Gandhi, and my parents moving to London when they were very young too, in somewhere in the 50s. And me growing up in London's East End in the 60s and 80s, I saw lots of conflict and hardship all around me and realized that actually, firsthand experience was that the reality is that we all face the same issues all over the world. We all need peace, prosperity, and freedom. And then, having the chance to have a career in industry, consulting, banking, and as an investor, and working with some great businesses like Hewlett-Packard in technology, KPMG, Goldman Sachs, and then founding a business that invests, I got to see a lot of the world and came away feeling that there is no limit to what any of us can achieve. And actually, intrinsically, people are good and wish to do good and need to be empowered to do that. And so that's where my interest really comes from.
I love all of that. And what a diverse and fully rounded way from you explain where you started from your parents to where you are now. And I love that you throw in and share with us the personal insight of East London as well, from there to all your global travels. And so both today is a big day because we are here to share the launch of the I Love This Planet campaign. What is this and why are you launching this now? And I would love to hear from you both. So maybe Ketan, you could kick us off and then John add comment.
Sure, let me kick off. So I Love This Planet has a very simple idea. It's to empower the individual to do good. So 85% of the world's capital flows through the financial system, is managed, stewarded by financial institutions. But people don't really know that 2/3 of the world's money begins with the individual. And much of it in some way, as it flows through the system, requires the cooperation of the individual. And that's critical. It tells us that the individual is, of course, a potentially powerful force for good, and collectively is probably the most powerful force for good in the world. So I Love This Planet encourages each of us to make their commitment to being a force for good and to showcase the things that each of us does to make a difference, no matter how small or how big that is. And look, in a time of so many threats and so much bad news, and there's such a flow of bad news and negative social media too, that would lead us to believe that actually we're doomed. And that can't be the case. We're at a point in history where we know so much and we're so interconnected and we're on the brink of such big changes. We sincerely believe that if we all work together, recognizing the power that we have, we can make this huge difference to make the world better. And so that's what I Love This Planet is about. It's an expression of our empowerment to do that.
John?
Yeah, and just taking off from there, I think something we believe very strongly, and I hope many more people believe today than perhaps even before, is how all of these issues are interconnected and how all of us are interconnected. I mean, the pandemic, perhaps in an unfortunate way, has shown us that if we weren't completely aware of it before. And climate change is also one of those issues where we're all interconnected. The planet as a whole is affected. So we wanted to emphasize that it's really, these are planetary level issues. And also the idea that this is our home. We love our planet. And I think that's something we all share, everyone, everywhere. And so we wanted to really bring that home to people and in an affirmative way, in a way that they could reinforce that we all understand our situation, right? And as Ketan said, the ability to be empowered by it and to understand it, that this is the only planet we have, and we love it, and to treat and to act accordingly. I guess treat the planet as we should, and to act accordingly. And so I think in a very simple statement that anyone can make, from any walk of life, anywhere in the world, it unifies those themes.
And to that note, actually, John, when you say everybody can get involved no matter where they are, is this something that we'll be seeing on social media where we can get involved? Is it your website? What is the actual element of the campaign?
That's right. We're just starting and to roll it out that way. This is in some ways a preview of what's coming. But the answer is yes. We want it to be from kind of both ends of the spectrum, if you will, institutions and organizations that embrace it, but also very, very much grassroots and from the bottom up. And we'll be providing those tools for people.
Well, we're very excited to be supporting this. So, Ketan, what is your vision for this? Who are the partners and where do you see this campaign leading?
So I actually think our real partners are the individual. It's everybody who wants to make a difference. And what you'll find is we ask people to make a very simple commitment. The commitment is as follows. It's, I love this planet and commit to doing everything in my power as a force for good to make the world better for all of us. That's it. That's the simple commitment. And we'd like everyone to make it almost exactly like that, actually, so that it's a common commitment for all of us. Where we see it going, I think if we start to do that and start to then showcase the good things we're doing, our feeling is you create a spirit of positive change and a growing self-awareness of the responsibility, but also the fun and reward that comes from doing real good in the world. And I think that will increase the understanding of how similar we are in terms of the issues we face and the opportunities, how interconnected and interdependent we actually are, and the collaborations that will follow as people solve common issues everywhere in the world. Now, what will flow from that, of course, is that we'll have technologies and information that allow people to do that much more effectively. And starting with just this simple statement, people loading then up their initiatives, we will find the technologies and put those together too. So those are available for people to work together. And so there is much support for it from technology companies, from academics, from universities, from financial institutions, who all think that this is a good thing to do. And so that's where we see it going.
And I love hearing underlying this because it's mine and Public's favorite SDG 17, where you talk about there the power of partnerships and collaborations that are naturally going to come through. So thank you so much. Now, John, what is your message to those that are watching?
Well, I think the biggest message of all is really that it's a time for action. That I think, we've contemplated these issues for some time now, and that this is really a time for action. The gap that Ketan spoke about earlier in funding is real at 100 trillion. So that's daunting at one level, but if there's real action by both at the institutional level and at the grassroots level of individuals, it can be bridged and we can make the progress needed. So the biggest message of all is we need to do something now.
Action. Time for ideas is over, right? It's definitely as we sit in the decade of action. Now, as we wrap up this conversation, how can the audience help? How can the sector support? How do we get involved? Please tell us, not just the media sector, but what can we all do to support this?
Well, the first thing is, we need to create this movement that's positive, that overcomes the negativity and almost the disempowerment where people feel it's trillions of dollars, it must be somebody else's job. It's got to be the job of the UN or some transnational institution or governments or major corporations. And all that whole message of how big the problem is very disempowering. I would suggest that everyone makes this commitment and starts to post the things they're doing. And it doesn't matter what that is. It could be that you're helping your neighbor, you're helping somebody across the road who can't. It could be that you're working in your community, doing something good there. It could be the nature of the work you do. And I think actually this is the beginning of the groundswell. At the same time, depending on your capacity, if you're an institution, you need to start to make choices. And the individual will at some point force you to make those choices. People won't buy bread or beans or milk or clothes or anything, or a loan or a pension that is provided by somebody who doesn't care about the planet, who doesn't care about the world, and doesn't want to make it better. And I think we're at the brink of the information that allows you at the point of making that choice to make a different choice for an institution or an organization that gives you something that is wholesome. And so I think it's beholden on each of us to make that choice at the point of purchase and find that information and for organizations to start to make sure that they really behave in a way that makes the world better. And I think actually from all our work, it's profitable to do good. It's very profitable to do good because there's a business case to it. And Kerry, I think that's the imperative. So, you know, we'd love everyone to make this commitment, and that commitment will be available to be made at www.ilovethisplanet.org. So we're making it very simple. Go to that place and express it.
Thank you. John, anything to add?
I think Catan said it very well about choices. And I think we all need to be mindful of how many choices we make in the course of just our daily lives that affect the kinds of outcomes we're speaking about here. So just a big part of this is just to help people to be more conscious of the choices that they are involved in day to day, more to swing more in the right direction, and that will have a huge snowball impact. So I think that's a very big part of this as well.
Well, I want to thank you both so much for making sure we got first hands-on and access to talk about the launch of the I Love This Planet campaign at the SDG Media Summit.
Thank you, Kerry. What a pleasure to be here.
Today, we have heard from such a diverse array of voices, from women driving sustainable fashion initiatives, from activists, from tech experts, from UN representatives, media leaders, and creatives all around the world, all convinced that changing the world is possible by working together without leaving anyone behind. Now, as the end of this SDG Media Summit approaches, we're honored to present our final panel, which is the celebration of partnerships and a recognition of those who have supported and chosen to join a revolutionary campaign. To expand on this conversation, it is my pleasure to introduce you to Rose Stark, who will moderate this session and introduce the panelists. Rose is the Senior VP of Marketing at EarthX, one of the key partners that is helping to organize and promote this SDG Media Summit. Rose, it is so exciting to have you here. Welcome.
Well, hello, everyone, and welcome to the COP26 Media Partnership for the Goals. I'm Rose Stark. I'm the Senior Vice President of EarthX and EarthX TV, and I'm excited to share that we are the exclusive nonprofit media partner for the Don't Choose Extinction campaign. And here at EarthX, we've collaborated with the UN in the past, but we're thrilled to ramp up these efforts to have such a large part in this monumental campaign. This will be a part of our major overall strategy that we're striving for in the media side of our organization, and our plans to work more closely with the UN in the coming months and coming years. And I would like to introduce our panel. Anshul, the president, Anshul Leland-Chan, the president at Ruckus Radio, Avenue Radio, Gabriella Goldman, communications specialist at the United Nations Development Program, and Ingmar Renshag, the CEO at We Don't Have Time, the world's largest social media social network for social action. I would love for each of you to tell us about yourselves and the roles that you have at the organization, in your respective organizations. Ingmar, you want to start first?
Yes, thanks. I would like to, before I start, thank Sergio, the chairman of Public Foundation, for inviting us all to this show, and also introducing us to Boas, that is the mastermind behind this incredible campaign. My background is actually in the finance industry. I was running a consulting firm helping investment banks like BlackRock and JP Morgan and those kind of companies to communicate to investors. But when I got my first child, I started to read about the climate, and I got really shocked, because people were not aware about how this is actually playing out now, not in the future, and our political leadership are not doing anything. So I decided to create a review platform that works like a social network combined with a similar platform like TripAdvisor, where our users actually give reviews. So if someone sees something they don't like, they give a climate warning. And if they see something they like, they give a climate love. So it's not all about talking down those that are doing bad stuff. It's also very much spreading awareness about all the solutions you have out there. That's very important in order to move people behind the solutions and give hope. So this is what I've been doing since 5 years. And today we have offices in Washington, in Nairobi, in Stockholm. We have users in 150 countries, and we have a social media reach of over 100 million together with Twitter that we have teamed up with. So we are working very hard to create awareness about the climate, and we're now working very hard to create awareness about what's needed to be done next. Focus on the solutions, and also give people the answer why we're not moving faster. And your campaign here is key in order to get people to understand what's needed to be done. It's not just about changing your own behavior. We must change the whole system, and those subsidies needs to go.
That's right. That's incredible. And I love that you brought props this morning. So visual aids. Anshul, would you like to go next, please?
Hi, thank you so much for having me. My name is Anshul, and I'm president of Ruckus Avenue Music Group. We're based here in Los Angeles. We're North America's premier South Asian music and entertainment company. I'm also director of Ruckus Avenue Radio, which is Dash Radio's exclusive South Asian radio station. And we do a lot of social initiatives through the arts and music, partnering with various NGOs across the world that help amplify all the social causes that help us as a collective have a broader understanding. Music entertainment is a great medium to spread these messages, and we're so excited to be here today to partner with Public and the United Nations to amplify Don't Choose Extinction. It's just such an incredible campaign. We're really excited to be part of it.
That's fantastic. Absolutely. And Gabriella, clearly you have a special connection to the campaign. Explain your role.
Yeah, hi, thanks, Rose. Well, I'm with the UNDP, United Nations Development Program. I'm part of the media and advocacy team inside the Bureau of External Relations. And basically, I'm here in the capacity of being part of the campaign core team. That's a very small, innovative, hardworking team that has been working for a bit more than a year now. But not as the only one. You know, behind and next to us, there's dozens of people, dozens of teams, both in the UN, in the HQ, all over the world. Basically, our time zones start in LA and in Sydney, Australia, and we have teams all over. So I'm here humbly representing them in a way. And yeah, so basically in the capacity representing the campaign that we're all here to talk about, that tries to move the needle, as we like to say, but not only that, but mostly bring to attention and bring to the awareness the stuff that we all know that needs to be brought, but we want to bring it to a broader audience, not only the ones that care about it, not only the Greta Thunbergs of the world, but the silent majority. And that is the task that we took on. And yeah, I hope that we're on the way to do that.
I would love for you to tell us about the origin of the campaign. Can you tell us how it came about?
Yeah, sure. Well, basically the two of the main pillars of or topics that the UNDP deals with, and by deals with, I mean with thousands of projects on the ground and work with both on the ground and with policymakers and with member states. Our two main topics are climate and inequality. And as part of that, there's a lot of work being done and a lot of research. And about a year ago, we were looking at what's ahead. And the things that were ahead on our side basically was the issue of fossil fuel subsidy reform. We were about to finish the work on two major studies on that issue, basically trying to guide the world and guide member states, not only member states, but guide countries how to do that. Because basically we all know and everybody agrees that fossil fuels need to be phased out. We need to stop using them. We need to keep it in the ground. And all the reports that have been coming out in the last few weeks, coming up to COP26, have been reiterating that. but it is less, I wouldn't say less known, but maybe less discussed thing, that one of the things that prevents us from stopping to use fossil fuels are the subsidies. Basically, our economies are relying on them, are skewed. They basically stop us from stopping using fossil fuels, and the numbers are pretty amazing. You know, it's either 423 billion direct subsidies, or the overall damage with externalities is 5 trillion. And, you know, it's a big number to understand, but, you know, if we say between 10 and 11 million dollars a minute, wow, that's a bit easier. So we were thinking, okay, how do we make it this core of knowledge, of information accessible to the public, not only to the experts, not only to people who deal with climate change or climate negotiations all year round, but to the silent or sometimes not so silent majority. And then we started the search for an idea that will basically cut across the noise and help us create a moment that as many people as possible will watch, listen, and you know, stop for a second in their day and have a look. And actually, hey, fossil fuel subsidy, what's up with that? So that was basically the aim. And from there, you know, it wasn't easy, but it was a very clear jump to the idea of the dinosaur that hopefully is doing exactly that.
That's fantastic. My background is in television. Excuse me, and I know from experience that it's important to get the message across in a memorable way, in an actionable way. And I'd love to hear from each of you what you're most excited about with this campaign and how you'll use it to spur action in your community. Anshal?
Yeah, I'm really excited. You know, this is a campaign that can touch so many people in so many ways, and I think it really resonates on so many levels, from old to young, young to old. And I'm just thinking about, already I've been really brainstorming, but you know, we run public service announcements throughout the station because our platform is actually a commercial-free platform. So instead of commercials in between shows, we're constantly putting together PSAs. And so we will be definitely pushing the Don't Choose Extinction campaign and educating the public. We currently have 6 million listeners, unique listeners monthly, and we're only 2 years old in terms of the radio. The actual label is 25 years old. So partnerships are a huge part of who we are, especially our Activate Your Listening campaign, which is our social good initiative. So we partner with organizations and we amplify the cause that they're currently talking about. So with this cause specifically and climate change, we're going to do that on the radio station with the podcast networks. We're going to have our hosts, there are 115 worldwide, actually resonate this message on their shows. And we're going to find guests that actually already are experts in this space that can talk about these topics and educate our common listener, because most of the time people don't know what their actionable, you know, thing that they can do in their day is. What is that moment? Because everything we look at for climate change is far. It's like away from our everyday reality. And what do we do in our lives? We take a break and we go somewhere beautiful and pristine and we leave it and come back to our lives, right? So how do we look at our community as that beautiful, pristine environment? And how do we foster that sort of care in our environment? So I think that these conversations are really important, and through Ruckus Avenue, we really want to amplify this messaging of how can you make a difference in your day? How do you pick that one thing, whether it's no straws in a turtle's nose, or, you know, recycling, or what is that one common good that you can bring in your daily life? And that's your call to action. And how do we start the children from a young age? Yes, learning about all these vibrant animals and creatures, but how do they also go in to have an infrastructure that protects those environments, how it protects those animals? So I think for us, education, community building, using these campaigns to really activate our listeners, as the name is, and having them do things that they can share with the community. Take a picture, show us what you're doing today. What is the community service? And for us, that's really how we get community involved. So I'm really excited to bring up this topic, have people from public or the UN or from the actual campaign itself come onto our station, talk to our audience, tell them ways that they can make a difference daily. And it's not something that is far removed from them, but an everyday practice, which is the most important.
Agreed. I think if you provide little nibbles and bites for people to digest in a small way, because it's all so overwhelming,
exactly.
that I think your strategy is spot on. Igmar, what about you?
I've been waiting for a campaign like this, and my own journey into the sustainability and the climate is. I'm from the finance, and I know a lot of finance people. And when I first learned about this subsidize was actually from Al Gore. It was just one slide out of like 500 slides, and that slide stuck with me. And I started to dig deeper into the subject, and it's so absurd that our governments are sponsoring the destruction of the planet when they are supposed to do the exact opposite. And when I'm talking to people within my finance network, they get so shocked about this, because everyone has this, they think that the green alternatives are really expensive, and that's why we're not moving in the right direction. But if we take away those subsidies, it's quite the opposite. So what I'm doing is that I was actually up really, really early yesterday here in Sweden. We have another time zone, and I was like pushing all buttons and activating all our networks, writing mail to all our users personally from me, not a newsletter, but personally, to get better engagement. Ask them to be involved, share this campaign. We even get them access with UN allowance, of course, to the social media kit, so everyone can do their own dyno and everything. And the response, my mailbox yesterday was pinging all day, like over 1,000 answers, and people really loved the campaign. Most people were not aware about it, so the message really was hitting them, and they are sharing it. And I'm not talking about activists only here. I'm talking about business people working high level at banks, people even in governments. We have so many people in our network where we actually have educated board members and member of parliaments about the climate, and they don't know about this. They are in charge, but they don't know about the subject. It's crazy. So we're working very, very. We try to do our best to amplify the campaign and have so many other people involved to do the same. And it works. This campaign, it works no matter if you live in Africa, if you live in Europe. You say, you understand the humor in it, you understand the serious situation in it and the message, and you also understand it either if you're left or right or your political views. This is really hard to argue about. We must get rid of those subsidies. And my dream is that our leaders come together and do what they did 1987 in Montreal, where they forbid the freons in the ozone crisis. Right. The Paris Agreement is great, but it's not enough. We should forbid fossil fuel subsidies. It should be forbidden. And I think that an awareness campaign could make that happen, actually, because this is so concrete. It will not solve the whole climate crisis, but it will be the biggest puzzle that we need to get rid of. So this is how we do it. And we're also going to take this campaign to the leaders at COP. We're working with the Nordic governments and created a backdoor. This was something we did already at COP25. We did actually the only ones that did broadcast inside the diplomatic zone back in 2 years before Corona. Now everyone is going to do it. So we have invited 250 speakers. We have 12 hours broadcast each day. And we also have hubs in Washington, Nairobi, Helsinki, and Stockholm. And we're going to put this dyno on repeat. We also have a count up on the background. We will have a count up how much subsidized 11 million per minute since the start of the climate meeting. And we're going to just get the message out to the important people and to the crowd. And I think it's going to attract a lot of attention. And together with all the other partners and what UN are doing with this, it's going to be magical. What we have seen now is just the start. I mean, I was there from the very first day when the climate youth movement get attention worldwide, and I see something similar in the making here. Of course, it's not going to be the same, but it's going to change the global debate. What we do here together is amazing. I'm really proud of being part of it. Thank you.
Right. Absolutely, and that's incredible. And if you've already seen that type of response in just a few days, I think we're headed for a home run. Gabby, do you want to expand on what you're excited about?
Well, I think one of the things that I'm most excited about is, first of all, how much people get excited about it and get, how much it resonates with people and they want to join and they want to help. And this is, from the very beginning, from us starting as a little crew and then people slowly joining, and now we're like dozens. But not only that, also when we started spreading the rumor outside UNDP, so we start getting creative partners, and then we start getting partnerships like this one, for example, with Public Foundation that comes, in a later stage. But it's everybody coming together for that same cause from amazingly different places, and it's partnerships like that allowed us to increase our outreach dramatically. It is something that, just like tackling climate change cannot be done by one person. This is the same. We couldn't have done it alone. We couldn't have done it without partnerships like the one with Public Foundation, and that's basically at the core of achieving the SDGs. So it's the coming together, it's the working together. I'm like, oh, I'm a bit too excited about it.
No,
yeah, that's it.
No, we have to have that excitement, because it's that excitement with you that it's infectious for all of us, because you can feel it even through the Zoom screen, that we're all really excited to push this forward.
I never smiled so much at
You
a
never
climate meeting before. I love this.
Well, that is, I would like to talk about that, because it is, using humor and such a subject that's so dour, and you go down that path and it's like doom and gloom, and to use humor in such a disarming way, I think is such a powerful tool, and that's what makes this campaign so brilliant. I'd love to each of you to speak, because it brings the smile to your face, and when you tell look at Ingmar, and when you tell people about it and then they see it, I have seen it within the office, everybody just really loves it. And I think it's so absurd in a way to think about the talking dinosaur, but it's just brilliantly well made. So can you each of you talk about how the humor is used and how you think that will resonate with folks and continue to resonate with folks?
I'll start. I mean, so, life is funny. I mean, I know that during the most absurd times, I'm laughing, whether it's birth or death, or you have to laugh. That's what gets you through this. There's no way that we can get through this experience of life without laughter. Yeah. And, we do take these huge topics and sometimes beat people over the head with it. And instead of empowering them, they just are flat on the floor. Like, what can I possibly do? It just seems like you mentioned doom and gloom, and there's nothing for me to be able to chip away at. But I think that, as we discussed before, giving things in doses and allowing people to have the most powerful force, which is hope. If you allow people to have hope, and that to laugh through the work to get there, I think you're allowing people to know that this is a collective force, that we're all coming together. There's nothing that we share more as humanity than the planet. I mean, this is really the one thing we all have in common. It is our home. Provides for us unconditionally. There is not one thing that nature does not provide for us, right? So I think that laughing through life and knowing that this is such a temporary experience, but that the footprints we leave are permanent, right? Like, our existence is so short here on this planet, but what are you doing to make a difference? What are you doing to make this planet sustain for the next generations? And, each person that is making these big decisions, They have a heart, they have humor, they have a family, they have a life. So how do we impact those people and talk about it in a way that we're not pointing fingers, we're not, trying to beat down those in power that are making these choices. We're trying to join them and ally with them and advocate for the same things that impact all of us. So I think that this dinosaur, and it's not a person coming in and telling us these things, is a reminder like, hey, it was an asteroid. What's your excuse? You guys are like mindfully making these choices. That's ridiculous, right? So I think that it's a different sort of narrative, and it talks to us in a way that is relatable and people can understand. Like I said, from young to old, it makes us laugh at life and be like, yeah, why am I making these decisions? Or why am I over consuming? Or why am I not, taking the steps to make a difference for this planet?
Yeah, 100%. Ingmar, what about the humor take in your part of the world?
I think the humor take is something important, but that's not new. I mean, many organizations are using humor to create awareness. But what's unique with this campaign is that you combine humor with who is the organization behind it. It's the super serious United Nations.
Yes, totally.
And that resonates with people because it is absurd. The climate crisis is not absurd, but that our leadership are not acting on it is so absurd. So that is the campaign hitting really the ground. And we're also going to have some humor in our shows from COP. So my colleague Nick Nuttall, that was actually the former spokesperson of UN Climate, he's actually going to look to buy a big toy dino to have in the show and talk about this craziness. It's also a way of playing down those people in suits and we can't afford it. Of course you can. Take away the subsidies. Dino is saying that. But I would also like to say something else, and that is what we're trying to create on We Don't Have Time is focus on the solutions. Instead of creating anxiety, you could actually give people hope by showing solutions out there and tell people one of the best things they can do in order to influence others is not to call out polluters always. It could very much also be to call out the solutions. So every time someone sees someone doing something that is awesome, that is good for the climate, make them aware of that, give them love.
Right.
And that creates another feeling for the audience. So people wants to read about the climate. Of course, people stay away if they feel bad as soon as they read something about this. It's really super important with humor, but also create kind of a good feeling, not a good feeling, but my empowerment feeling that we can do this. It's crazy. We can solve the climate crisis, and it's fun to solve it, and we're going to solve it. We're going to win. And I think what you're doing with this campaign at UN is combining the humor with the seriousness, and that's the genius thing that had not been done before, and that's why this campaign is going to work.
Absolutely, and I think positive reinforcement always seems to work, and that's exactly what you're saying, so that we need to carry that forward. Gabby, do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, well, these two are the best speakers for the campaign I could ask for, so thank you for that. But just add one little thing is that one thing that is very important, apart from the humor and the lightness and the tone, is that the dinosaur and the film are very universal. They cut across, they can, it's not a white man, woman of color, child, whatever. It's a dinosaur. We can all identify it. There's no gender there. By the way, some of the dino voices are female across the world. So it's very universal, and it's also very adaptable. We made it in a way that everybody will see it, get engaged, and then they go and say, oh, I want it in my language too. So, for now, we have about 35 languages.
Incredible.
Some of them, I must say, that I've never heard of before. My favorite is Bangla. It's soothing. I play it, before going to sleep. It's really soothing. Some of them are like very ferocious dinos. But that's also, that's remembering the medium is the message, and that's exactly it, because the message is universal and we all must come together. So this way of coming together is adapting it to everywhere we go. And I think it's a perfect combination of doing it.
Absolutely. So I think that we're coming to the close, and I just want to thank all of you. You're my distinguished speakers and non-paid spokespeople, because you do have the energy that is contagious. And now happy to add you to our list at EarthX, partners in this. And you all have done so well at demonstrating how the power of media can be used to change the world. And so I want to give a special thanks to the UNDP for spearheading this super important campaign, and might I say, creative masterpiece. And I said at the top that EarthX TV is proud to be the campaign's exclusive global nonprofit partner, but now I have the privilege of making a special announcement today. Before the pandemic, EarthX hosted one of the largest environmental experiences. We had a conferences, expo, film festival, and fashion show in April around Earth Day. So because of the pandemic, the last year that we were able to hold that was in 2019, when more than 170,000 people descended on Dallas here in Texas in the US to participate. So next year we'll be returning with our signature event, and not only will Don't Choose Extinction campaign be joining us with high-level leadership from the UN, but I'm excited to announce that the SDG Media Summit will also be coming to Dallas, to EarthX 2022 as well. There we'll amplify the partners and cultivate collaborations within the SDG Media Summit network. And so for those in media, marketing, and advertising leaders watching who are feeling inspired and want to get involved in this critically important campaign, we hope you'll join us.
Thank you so much, Rose. We are thrilled to participate in EarthX 2022 in Dallas on Earth Day, and we look forward to mobilizing media leaders from around the world who are interested in supporting the Don't Choose Extinction campaign and other high-impact media initiatives. If you're interested in getting involved and providing your time and talent to make a difference with this campaign, please reach out to the public team. In partnership with UNDP and EarthX, we will be showcasing the partners who've stepped up and helped amplify the global movement to end fossil fuel subsidies. We need everyone to do their part, and we hope you can join us. As we end here today, I want to send a huge thank you to all the panelists and speakers who have participated. And finally, thank you to all you out there who have been watching the 2021 SDG Media Summit. As we end here today, I want to send a heartfelt thank you to all the panelists and speakers. And finally, thank you to all of you out there who've been watching the 2021 SDG Media Summit. The summit is ending, but we are really just getting started. A Climate for Change is an invitation to rethink the future of our environment and tackle climate change with a new urgency. It's a call to broadcast our ideas and tell the stories of a more sustainable future. Please stay tuned to Public on Twitter, Instagram, and LinkedIn for more information. Again, thank you for being with us, and we hope you have a wonderful day and a wonderful week.